Here we are. Returned once again. Look at you over there, Druid. The camera didn't quite pick it up, but it's never tilted its card. So, very cool, very cool. I like the glasses, look at him.
I can't see.
And BT over there with his love doll.
Oh. It's time, it's time, it's time, it's time.
All right.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our first actual episode of the DragonMetal Saga new campaign. Were those in your eyes, between your eyes and the glasses the whole time? Okay.
Yeah. Wrong one. That's mine. Give me.
You guys are amazing.
Give me.
So, folks, it's an honor to be here once again for our first episode. Of course, the last four sessions, we had each individual player go through their individual character creation process. And it was a lot of fun. And there was lots to be learned. And so I'm gonna go around the table now and introduce everybody. We won't be introducing characters until next week though, so.
Figured.
Because tonight is the actual episode. We'll see what happened to everybody. And well, welcome to DragonMetal Saga. And it's so good to have you all. All right, let's start right over here with the fluffy-eared kitty. Please introduce yourself, lady.
Hi everybody, I am itsStarkitty and I am not playing Miss Emmeline Ray tonight.
Right, left to right next to her is gonna be, with the green hair.
I'm Druid IRL and I am not playing a druid this time.
Fair assessment. Still spoilerish. Shame on you. I'm just kidding.
Not a shock.
Right on next to her is Mr. Introduce yourself there, Scarf Man.
I am extirpatefate, and you'll find out soon enough what I'm doing.
Very good. I approve of this vague generality.
Yes.
And then finally, last but not least, our newest member and newest friend in Lord of Stormkeep, right down there. Please, you with the giant fluffy floofiness on your chin. Introduce yourself.
Greetings. I am BananaTom, and I'm not taking over Rylar. I've got my own character.
Yeah, buddy.
Good for you. Alrighty. Oh. So, man, it's great to be back with you guys. Did you all have fun the last 4 weeks?
Yes.
Well, I had fun last week.
Yes and no. I had fun the week before that.
I've had fun every week, just different times.
It was very hard for me the last 2 weeks to just like put on the extra earmuffs.
Oh, yeah.
They had to literally leave the house with from each other.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean,
it's probably has not been that tough for BT, but for those two, I'm just like, wow.
Yep.
It's actually made it easier as well, knowing how much Druid would be tortured by this.
especially since it was her idea.
You're a cruel BananaTom.
Yes, I am. And I would throw that peel under your feet.
Say, you unripe bastard.
I do have to say, I want to acknowledge everybody in chat for not posting spoilers.
Yeah.
You guys did a great job.
Yes.
Congrats. Good job. Good job, team.
Good job. The irony is, the only thing that came close to being a spoiler was on Bandwidth and Banter. Poor Eric Kakari, he didn't mean anything.
No, he did not mean it.
It was adorable. Yes, Fate? Mm-hmm.
I would like to answer Zombite's question. It technically is a crocheted observer or a beholder, but is technically Philip from our last campaign.
Oh yeah, thanks for asking. New
But yes,
follower.
it is crocheted.
Yes. It's
Karavenos!
You need the pattern.
Karavenos, welcome back. Hello, what an honor.
will
Zombie
work on that
Bites.
for
If
ya.
you would like to understand why this Philip was created, you can watch the Isles of the Mist campaign on YouTube.
Yep.
You'll get to see who Philip is and why Philip exists.
Here, if
Hi,
I can find my
Karavenos.
mouse.
Welcome.
There it
I'm
is.
happy you made it today. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much for being there. Being here. And there. Come on.
Here, there, everywhere.
My keyboard is
Yeah, Zombie
acting
Bites.
super flaky. Even though I changed the battery, so it's not a battery thing.
Have you ever unplugged and replugged in the sensor port?
I have. I probably need to do it again at some point. Anyway, there's the YouTube channel. You got 88 sessions, almost 2 years worth of catching up to do for the Isles in the Mist for anybody who wants to watch it. But we know somebody who happens to be here today who's done that. Caught up. Actually, you only had to catch up with, what was it, 22, 23 sessions, BT?
Is that the 23
Isles
or
of the
26?
Mist.
I can't
Yeah, so
remember.
from Isles in the Mist, when you first started hanging out and following us, you had shared with me that you started watching it live, I think around session 22, 23, something like that.
It was whatever the T-Rex video, but I'd seen a couple before, but not fully. But then I went back and watched them all up until the
Yeah.
T-Rex
And-
episode.
It just goes to show he is one of our biggest fans, and we appreciate him.
So is Aries. The glorious
Aries
Aries.
also got an acknowledged D-Gamer Aries, amazing friend of the channel, friend of Stormkeep, and gosh, definitely one of our biggest fans of the D&D stuff. So super treat. He and good guy. My Spiper have been regulars all the time, and some others. If I have missed you, I do apologize. But you know how much we adore you all. At any rate, I'm sure the folks here are tired of hearing me jabber. So, do we have anything that you guys want to add or ask before we get started tonight?
No.
You don't. Okay. Druid.
No.
Okay. We're recording it. Thanks, Brett. Fate.
No, because I can't have those answers.
I understand. And BT.
Yeah.
What he said.
Yeah. Just tell me already.
All right.
In due time, it's fine.
But I believe
wait.
somebody had asked a question earlier.
Oh, I missed it. What was it?
Scroll up. Our newest follower had asked a question. Right there.
Karavenos.
And just scroll down, you passed it. It's right underneath Streamlabs.
Just a guess, based on the beautiful cinematic scene, is this a Viking-themed D&D? No comment. You will find out soon enough. So the reason I can't comment on that, Karavenos, is that
First episode.
is the first episode. All of the players did their individual character creation process on stream, and they had their own individual one-shot origin story, and so they don't know each other.
Yep.
And so if I don't want to give any kinds of spoilers. You may not think it would be spoilerish, but believe it or not, it would be. So
It could be.
You can catch those on our YouTube channel as well.
Yep. Thank you for asking. I appreciate you so. All right. Okay.
All
All right, I think we're ready to go, guys, aren't you? Don't you?
One thing, though, actually.
Yeah.
I will say, for anybody who is new to the channel and watching us play D&D, we do apologize. Sound alerts are disabled to not break immersion for us, since we try to emulate sitting at the table as best as technically half digital, half table. But yeah, so please refrain from using sound bites. We don't want you to waste them.
Right.
Because no one will hear them.
BT
But we
or
love it nonetheless.
Druid, if it's handy, can you refund those points to Mimi?
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And also, as
Please,
another
thank you.
reminder for chat, when we do start role playing, we do go chat dark. So if you ask any questions, we apologize in advance. Maybe one of our mods or one of our other viewers who has been here for a while can answer your question.
Right.
If not, we will catch it at intermission.
Yeah, exactly. So we typically will have some intermission. Sometimes it's an intermission where we'll all take a break and we'll actually have a little montage video playing. Sometimes we'll actually kind of just individually entertain the troops, as I like to call it. But we always like to try and engage at least in the halftime and at the end. And we will also re-engage if we get raided, because you know we're on Twitch, so it's kind of a big deal. Yes, absolutely.
You are allowed to clip now.
Please, are you allowed to clip?
Yes.
Are you kidding? Please do clip. Anything that seems funny or cool, feel free to clip.
Yes, we encourage clips.
Yes. In fact, our intermission montage is made of funny clips from our D&D session. So, thank you for any clips that you may find. All right, guys, I'm ready for this. Y'all ready for this? She can't help herself.
Everyone's turned off for the straight.
All right,
Come on.
so here's the point, guys.
All right.
Thanks for coming. Enjoy the show. We're gonna go chat dark, and we're gonna switch to, for now, the Trican. And so you guys can see us a little bit better. What I'd like you all to do is set the stage for yourselves. Remember the last thing that happened to each of your characters.
But don't say it out loud, right?
Oh yeah. Right now we're just setting the stage. You're so cute. In your head, just envision the last thing that for your character that you remember that occurred at the origin story session of your character creation process. Okay. And so for folks who are new to the channel, I don't want to spoil anything. So just imagine that you're coming into the story in media res. That's a term that means in the middle, and it will make sense as things progress.
Is it just me?
You had a question? Something wrong?
Sorry, my brain just squirreled. I noticed as you're looking at the stream on the right-hand side, it looks like you're missing the lightning background on Tricam. Look at Starkitty and look at the negative space. Yeah. So you see, if you look on Starkitty's side, the bar is black rather than having the background.
No, honestly, that's just because it's really dark purple over on that side of that picture.
Okay. Okay. I thought I was tripping. Sorry.
No, actually, let me. I can actually figure out which one that is and move it around. I think.
How about we worry about that next time? I want to know what's going on, guys.
No, I'm sorry. I just saw it and I was.
Dee and I were both like.
No, I see why it bugs. I tell you what. Here, if I turn it off completely, then both sides will be black.
Okay.
Is that
Let's
good
stick
for
with
now?
that for right now then. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. Just
It really is because that side is darker than the other side, but it's all right.
Okay. Can Fate take a D4 of damage from each character for that one?
Yeah, I'll just roll a D20 and take 19. I'm good.
Okay. Now, here we go.
Sorry.
Enjoy the show. Enjoy the ride. As your consciousness fades, as your consciousness fades, you soon begin to dream the most vivid dream you have ever experienced. Just at the edge of your vision, deep in the outer reaches of blackness, you see a strange pale glow. It appears to come from a massive chunk of translucent ice floating in a deep black abyss. As you float through empty dark space closer toward this ice, you realize you are but a tiny ant in size compared to it. You begin to hear a terrifying, loud, deep thumping sound slowly emanating from within it. like a massive heartbeat reverberating through your being. You begin to feel sheer terror as you approach it, with no control of your trajectory. At the peak of your fear, you finally move close enough to witness a titanic, dark, misshapen thing trapped and slumbering in the ancient primordial ice. The dream feels like it heralds the end of the world if this draconian monster were to be freed from its ancient frozen prison. And then your fear subsides and you fade back into deeper unconsciousness. You feel your body jolt with the shock of the nightmare, and you open your eyes. But your vision makes you briefly doubt your sanity. You seem to be drifting through an empty void of space with a sea of tiny stars twinkling far into the outer distance, and strange, colorful clouds that look as if they were smeared across the inky blackness with a paintbrush. There are shimmering, translucent streaks of light slowly ebbing and flowing like waves below you and stretching to the edge of the horizon in all directions. It is neither cold nor warm here as you float through this airless nothingness. You can't feel any breath in your body. For a brief moment, you ponder if you are dead, and then surmise that maybe this is just a dream within a dream, and your mind begins to drift back to deeper sleep. When you next awaken, you find yourself still floating in that vast airless space. But this time, you think you see 2 or 3 other people floating along in the distance near you. Suddenly, you feel yourself being pulled quickly downward toward a massive black vortex swirling hungrily and devouring everything around it. You begin to panic and grasp outward, trying to swim through the empty space to no avail. As you and the others are dragged helplessly toward the vortex, your pulse races faster and faster in your head, and you start to black out from the shock. The last thing you see before passing out is a cloaked humanoid figure with a jet black crown and shadow obscuring its face. It seems to be riding an enormous, strange squid creature floating high above the vortex, and it watches as you are dragged into the dark whirlpool. Druid, starting with you here. This time, you awaken on a cold stone floor of a gray dungeon chamber. And you tap the floor briefly to make sure it's not just another dream. After confirming you're actually awake in reality this time, you survey your surroundings. The air is damp and cool, with a subtle musty odor. You think you can hear the faint sound of water trickling as if from a fountain, but can't locate anything in this tiny room that would match that sound. There is a single torch on the back wall providing light, and on the opposite wall from the torch, you see a closed oak door with iron bands that looks like it opens inward. You find your gear piled neatly next to you. Well, actually, for your character, you reach down and are happy to find. Well, okay. Let me re-describe that. Sorry. You see, you are wearing your armor, and that sword of yours is lying on the floor next to you, and you're very relieved to find that your rune carving kit is in your belt satchel that you keep separate from your backpack. And if you think about things, then that will make more sense to you. You remember that you had put your belt on before everything happened, you weren't able to grab your backpack and your sword and your shield, but you were at least able to get the thing that's most precious to you. And it's there, it's still there, as is that sword. Back to the description of the room. As I said, you find your stuff, and you realize that your head is lying comfortably on a pillow. In the center of the room is a closed stone box. You also now realize that your wounds have been completely healed, and you feel refreshed, although you still have a strong appetite and thirst. What do you do?
I survey. I stop and I listen. If I can hear anything past the door, as I'm walking up to that stone box.
Okay, so you're kind of just past the stone box, which is in the center of the room. You're closer to the back part of the room. It's a small square room that's 10 by 10, so a tiny little room. And the only thing you can hear is that trickling water that seems to be not in this room. And it seems to be coming from the door, from the direction of the door.
Yeah, I'll go check the stone box in the center of the room.
Okay. What are you checking for when you go look at the stone box?
Just looking.
The stone box appears to be attached to the floor in some way.
Can it be opened?
Do you try and open it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You open up the lid on the stone box. You find it's mostly empty except for one thing that's inside of it. It's a strange square metal plaque. The metal plaque has an embossed interior square and an embossed interior circle. There are also 4 small holes flanking the circle in a square pattern, but in between the edges of the circle and the inner square. The outer square is only held on to the inner circle by a few thin etched ridges. Not even sure what it is. It's just effectively, it seems like it might be a piece of some sort of mechanical device, but it also could just be a strange metal, piece of art or plaque of some kind.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check to make sure I have everything, including the scroll that I had and all of those other items that I found, and I'm gonna then, if I have all of those things, whether or not I have them, I'm gonna walk up to the door.
Okay. You have the scroll. It would also be in your belt pouch with your rune kit. There's not a whole lot you can fit in that belt pouch besides that stuff, which is what you had before. You have that very, like I said, that very strange sword, that strange black sword is lying there on the floor.
Oh, and that's with me already.
You pick up the sword?
Absolutely.
You can feel it vibrating in your hand, almost excitedly, as you pick it up.
And then I make my way to the door.
And?
I open it.
Okay. The door opens inward, pulling on it's one of those old style medieval doors where it's like a round handle latch. You pull up on the latch and twist it. And doing so makes a loud clanking sound, and pulling the door open makes a loud creak sound. And we're gonna pause there. All right, Starkitty. You awaken to a start because you hear a loud clacking sound and a weird creaking sound. And this time, after all those strange dreams, you awaken on the cold stone floor of a gray dungeon chamber, and you tap the floor briefly to make sure it's not just another dream. After confirming you are actually awake in reality this time, you survey your surroundings. The air is damp and cool with a subtle musty odor. You think you can hear the faint sound of water trickling, as if from a fountain, but can't locate anything in this room that would match that sound. There is a single torch on the back wall providing light, and on the opposite wall from the torch, you see a closed oak door with iron bands. It looks like it opens inward. You find your gear piled neatly next to you, including your backpack and everything you had with it in it. And you realize that your head is lying comfortably on a pillow. In the center of the room is a closed stone box. You also now realize that your wounds have been completely healed, and you feel refreshed, although you still have a strong appetite and thirst. What do you do?
My character sits up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm lost again, aren't I? Uh-oh. She picks up her stuff.
Mm-hmm. She's elated to find that her favorite object,
she's like digging through her backpack.
The magic stone is still there.
Okay, all right, Master, you're still with me.
So it actually wasn't in the backpack, it was sitting neatly on top of your backpack.
She hugs it closely.
Mm-hmm.
She puts it back in her backpack. She starts putting her gear on. She's looking around the room. Okay, think. Last thing you remember is, yeah, wait. What is this place? I'm so confused.
Do you say that out loud?
Yes.
Okay, we'll pause there for a second. All right.
Sold. Big fan.
Fate. You hear, you awaken to a start as you hear a voice say, what was it you said? What is this place? You hear a loud. So confused. Yeah, you hear a loud voice from sounds like a scared female saying, "What is this place? I'm so confused." And also, Druid, your character also hears that same thing. Again, it's right after you open up that door. So, but we're gonna go over to Fate first because we're still pausing on you. Fate, one more time. I won't read it the fourth time, but I will read it the third time. Unless BT wants me to read it the fourth time.
Just do it the 4 times, please.
Yes.
Okay. Just for me, okay? Just for me.
4 times.
This time, you awaken on the cold stone floor of a gray dungeon chamber. And you tap the floor briefly to make sure it's not just another dream. After confirming you are actually awake in reality this time, you survey your surroundings. The air is damp and cool with a subtle musty odor. You think you can hear the faint sound of water trickling as if from a fountain, but can't locate anything in this room that would match that sound. There is a single torch on the back wall providing light, and on the opposite wall from the torch you see a closed oak door with iron bands that looks like it opens inward. You find your gear piled neatly next to you, and you realize that your head is lying comfortably on a pillow. In the center of the room is a closed stone box. You also now realize that your wounds have been completely healed and you feel refreshed, although you still have a strong appetite and thirst. What do you do?
Want to make sure, when you say feel refreshed in that sense, context of long rest?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I love how you were the only one that clarified that. The rest of us were just like, absolutely, let's go. We're fine.
first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look for my friend.
You're
Like in a
looking through-
panic.
You panic, and you're like, "Oh my, where is he?" And suddenly, you find that he was rooting around inside your backpack.
Oh.
He blinks at you, and you get this feeling of this empathetic feeling that he feels as confused as you, as if basically he was just as unconscious as you were through all this.
Well, something ventured, something gained, eh?
Do you say that out loud, or you think it?
No, I say it to him, like I'm talking to him, like
You
there's
say
nobody
it
else
to
in the
him.
room. Like,
Okay.
eh?
What is I need Druid and for now I'm being really careful to try and use your usernames. So help me out here.
Yeah.
So Druid and Starkitty, what is your passive perceptions?
Oh shoot! I forgot to fill that out.
13.
It's, 10 plus proficiency plus your applicable modifier, correct?
I think so. Plus wisdom, yeah. I think it's 10 plus your proficiency plus wisdom. Is it proficiency too?
No, I think
No.
No, because
If you're proficient in it, you get to add your proficiency bonus. If you're not,
Right.
it's just your wisdom bonus.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
15.
15.
yeah.
Okay. So you also hear someone
Both of
past
us?
the door sounds like a man's voice say something out loud. You're not sure exactly what he said, but he said you heard a voice.
My character's head whips towards the door.
Yeah. And then what was your passive, Druid?
13.
Okay. If you hadn't had the door open, you wouldn't have necessarily heard it because but you heard a muffled sound of someone speaking. And I will describe to you what you see in this room in just a second. B team. You are awakened by all kinds of interesting voices and noises going on. Those strange dreams ringing in your head. This time, though, you awaken on the cold stone floor of a gray dungeon chamber, and you tap the floor briefly to make sure it's not just another dream. After confirming you're actually awake in reality this time, you survey your surroundings. The air is damp and cool, with a subtle musty odor. A subtle mustle? You think you can hear the faint sound of water trickling as if from a fountain, but can't locate anything in this room that would match that sound. There is a single torch on the back wall providing light, and on the opposite wall from the torch you see a closed oak door with iron bands that looks like it opens inward. You find your gear piled neatly next to you. You realize that your head is lying comfortably on a pillow. In the center of the room is a closed stone box. You also now realize that your wounds have been completely healed, and you feel refreshed, although you still have a strong appetite and thirst. What do you do?
Are we avoiding names? Because
Yes.
I would say my name at this point.
Why would you say your name?
Because I'd be talking to myself.
I would say for now just
Avoid it
avoid
for
that.
now if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll call it an inner monologue.
Oh dear. Where are we now? What have you got yourself into? Oh crap.
So excited.
I suppose first thing I'm going to do is just have another good look around, make sure I am fully aware of everything that's going on.
Yep. you feel,
Did I hear anything that woke me up or not?
yeah. You heard some voices. You heard a kind of you didn't quite wake up from the clanking sound of, but you did. A couple of voices have now, like, enough noises have reached you.
You're aware of something. Well, but the first thing that I'm going to do is quickly dart for my staff as quickly as I can.
Okay, you grabbed your staff and your backpack and stuff that's in your backpack.
And I would investigate to make sure the piece on top of it is intact.
It is.
Okay. From that, I would gather my stuff together and, assuming that there's a pillow underneath me, I'm assuming that I've been put here so I'm not in immediate danger. I'm going to head towards the door.
Okay. What do you do at the door?
I'm going to stand and listen at the door for a bit longer and see if I can hear anything, just to make sure.
Okay. So, Druid, your character, after you opened the door, was when you started hearing kind of some noises. You heard a voice. You obviously heard a voice of a woman saying something in the distance. She sounded like she was in distress of some kind, or you're not sure if it was a woman or a young girl. It was hard to tell, and definitely sounded very young. And you also then, shortly after that, heard a man's voice, but it was off in another room, kind of mumbly. And I will describe to you what you see in the new chamber that is before you. The door opens into another larger room that is shaped like a pentagon, with a door in the center of each of the 5 walls. The room is also made of the same gray stone architecture. There are no torches in this room, so the light from your chamber and your open door is the only thing to light it up. Of course, you can see very easily. In the center of the room is a strange fountain and small tree. 4 jar-shaped water spouts are elevated about 3 feet off the ground at the outer edges of the round basin. Out of the water spouts, water flows continuously into the round basin without overflowing the basin somehow. Within the center of the round basin is another round basin at the same height as the outer one. In its center, it is filled with soil, and a small tree grows there. What do? You're a bit nervous because you've obviously woken up in this strange place and you just heard some voices. And now you're in a 5-sided chamber with effectively 4 other doors. I will quickly make note for you that just as a quick glance around, you notice that 4 of the doors are made of wood with metal bands, including yours, and have standard round door handles. Again, you're just like yours. The 5th door seems to be made of stone, has no handles, and has a strange indentation in its center that you can make out just from here. The chamber is larger than the room that you were just in. In fact, I'm gonna switch scenes and just draw it so that you guys can get a sort of a picture. I guess, yeah, I mean that's not too small, right? Will this be big enough?
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay.
I will slowly make my way out and try to follow the sound of the young girl's voice.
Okay.
But quietly, sword in hand.
Hmm. That's good enough. Didn't quite draw this the way I kind of envisioned it, but you guys get the picture, I think.
It's a close representation.
Yeah.
That must be the stone door.
Yeah. This is the open door.
Oh, that's the one Druid came out of.
I'm just going to go ahead and draw them because you guys can imagine what's happening. Yeah, this was really. I wish I had planned this a little bit better, but
It's a representation.
It's theater of the mind,
Yeah.
Exactly.
kind of.
yeah, that's true. We could have just stayed with Theater of the Mind, but
No, it's okay. I like the visual.
all right. I won't be doing the figurines just yet. We'll wait
No, you're
till
good.
that's necessary. All right. I heard you say that you ready your sword and you're gonna make your way. Oh, I forgot to draw in the center of the room the strange round fountain entry. So the man's voice you heard came from this direction. The woman's
Okay.
voice you heard came from this direction. So you make your
I'm
way, you said
gonna-
you make your way this way, right?
I'm gonna go the long way past the stone door to get a better look at the stone door on my way over to where I thought I heard the young woman's voice.
So you're gonna stop and view it, or are you just gonna glance at it as you walk by?
I'm gonna take a pause to get a good look at it.
You feel like even though you have dark vision, sorry, spoiler, but even though you can see well, you would have to investigate, like actually take the time to do an investigation kind of roll, which would take time. Just kind of glancing at it, it's up to you. Do you want to just pause to go to the voice while you investigate this, or do you want to just glance at it for now and go over?
I'm just gonna glance at it for now.
Okay. So now, since we're kind of back to you, what do you do? You heard a man's voice in the distance. And you think you hear, since she didn't say she was being
No, I
stealthy.
I said I was like trying to be quiet.
Oh, okay. Then roll me a stealth
Yeah.
check. And yeah. Actually, I'm going to have you roll at disadvantage, just because you're disoriented at the moment. You just kind of woke up, and this has been
10.
an unusual experience for you. So, what'd you get?
10.
10. Okay. And your passive is 15. All right. You hear barely the quiet sounds of footsteps as it's kind of making its way around to your
Is there
door.
a window on this door?
No.
Clutching my stuff closer to me, I'm just shooting my way over, trying to figure out, okay, which way does this door open? Which way does it open?
Whoops! I just realized I opened this the wrong way. I told you to open inward, and then I didn't do it that way. This opens inward towards here. So if you wanted to be behind the door as it opened, you would be here.
Yes, that is where I would be.
Okay.
Holding my stuff close to me, waiting.
Okay. Are you? Did you put your rock in your backpack, or are you holding it like this?
My backpack is in front of me, and I'm like clutching it.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So you make your way over to the door, and now we're gonna move over to Fate.
Fate, what's your passive perception?
12.
You hear footsteps walk past your door as you made your way over to it. Oh, is this a raid?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much for the raid. We're super honored.
You get a shout out.
Yeah, we appreciate you. So we are just jumping into our first session of DragonMetal Saga, our newest homebrew campaign, and appreciate you guys joining us.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders, and we will definitely be checking you out and appreciate you. We do something a little different on our D&D sessions. We go chat dark because we want to, experience the fullness of the D&D experience. That was redundant, but so yeah, I appreciate you so much for raiding in.
Yes.
We are not ignoring you guys. If you have questions, feel free to ask chat. We have some knowledgeable people who will be glad to answer your questions, and we adore you. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
And unfortunately, we don't have a cast yet.
Not yet.
That's true.
Right. That will happen soon. We'll have a cast command soon, but that's because little side story here, guys. This is our first session of this campaign, but for the last 4 weeks, each week we had a session with each player where they did their own individual character creation, and they all, on the honor system, did not watch each other, so they don't know anything about each other's characters at all. And so this is kind of the first session where that seems to potentially change. So, all right. So Fate, your character hears footsteps go past your door.
I will. You said I have like all my gear, like my backpack, everything that I had.
Yeah,
Cool.
it was
scoop up-
lying next to you, and I'm certain. You already looked in the backpack and found your companion rooting around.
Yeah. I will. I'll scoop him up, throw him on the shoulder, grab the bag, and then pull out my dagger, and be kind of prepared and kind of like timidly wait, but then immediately look down at my clothes and go, "Ugh, is there still a gaping hole in my shirt?"
So yeah, there is actually no, your clothes have been mended.
Clothes have been mended. So then, yeah, it's just like the. And then I will kind of wait for a second, listen for where the footsteps are going, and kind of just.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move over to BT now.
Give it a
then.
pause for a sec. Yeah.
BT, you're hearing all kinds of stuff now. You hear What's your passive perception?
11.
Oh, still, it's still more than her stealth. So, you hear footsteps as they make their way past. Let's see, where you would be.
He's here.
Yeah, you hear footsteps somewhere in the distance beyond your door, and again, you think you heard voices, which is what woke you up.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and due to the situation we're in, with how dark it is, I'm going to... Is it as dark out there as it is in here?
Okay. You all hear a voice from two of you are in your little dungeon chamber, and you hear this voice say that out loud. Of course, Druid's character hears that coming from that door over there, and it looks like you pause. Just as you basically pause right as you're getting to this door here. What do? Druid.
It is.
Okay.
Who are you?
All right, so you guys, all of you hear a woman's voice, deep in commanding kind of voice, say, but definitely a female's voice, and it's right outside your door. And Fate, it seems a little farther away from you now, and the sound seems closer to you, BT, than the steps were, and it says exactly what she just said. It is. Who are you?
Lost is who I am. But with the darkness, I might be able to help.
And with that, I light my lighter on my stuff.
Okay. So you
And
have lit up
go
your
to
room
pull the
even
door
more.
open.
Of course, keep in mind, in your room there was already a torch on the wall, so it's lit up fine. But
Oh.
yeah, that's all right. It's all right. You've lit up your staff, and right now everybody's just kind of in pause mode. What is
I responded.
she
to her
and she?
question.
You also, Druid. You hear another voice from the door you just were going to. It's that same. Sounds like a young girl's voice. Say, "Who are you?"
I too am lost. But my name is Thyra.
Might want to write that down, guys.
I respond back. Are you alive or dead?
I am very much alive.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So she, that was pretty good. She checked herself to make sure.
I go over and I like open my door and I like peek through.
You see this little tiny gray elf girl peek out at you.
Hello.
Describe your character again, and then real quick. Yeah.
Okay, my character is a gray elf, very young in age for an elf.
Don't say age. Just describe what you look like.
She's got gray skin, silver hair with black streaks, and she's got shiny violet eyes.
Mm-hmm. Now, Druid, please. You see looking back at you, standing there imposingly in front of the door, kind of makes you a little nervous, but she's also very beautiful. Please describe your character and don't give away any other details besides your description.
6 foot tall, pale skinned, long white hair with golden eyes.
And what kind of gear are you wearing?
What kind of gear am I wearing?
Yeah.
I'm wearing some sort of cloak, studded leather armor, and I've got a backpack that I'm clutching really closely.
Mm-hmm. And describe your gear that you're wearing?
I'm wearing a chain shirt, just a basic chain shirt, and I have a long black sword.
Yeah, and as you both, and one more time, I just for folks and for my sake too, one more time, please describe yourselves one more time. Just your skin is what color again? Yours is really pale, kind of white skin?
Pale white skin, long white hair,
mm-hmm.
with like little sheens of platinum blonde that sparkle through, and golden eyes.
Golden eyes.
Gray skin, silver hair with black streaks, shiny violet eyes.
Okay. So, Druid, this little gray elf, you from your background, you have heard of elves in your world. They're very rare, and you have not really met them before. So this is an unusual thing. For you, she seems like a really pretty tall albino human, like almost albino.
ma'am. You're very pretty. They're scary at the same time.
Thank you. Are you okay? What is your name?
I don't know where I am.
I don't either.
I'm scared. I heard other voices.
I did too. Speak up.
All right,
And
so
she
real
like,
quick.
Thyra will then turn and like stand in front of this little girl.
All right, so you guys hear this conversation now. Both of you heard this conversation to know. All right, one of them, they're two females. One of them sounds like almost like a girl that's scared, and the other one sounds like an intimidating woman of some kind. And they're just on the other side of the door. And one has named herself as Thyra. I'll tell you what, I'll roll randomly to see who kind of goes first here. B team.
So at this point, I've already opened the door, yes?
Oh yeah, you're in the process of opening the door. Yeah, okay. So you open up the door at this exact same moment as this conversation happened, and so they're basically, you see this warrior-ass woman standing there, with this kind of spooky-looking black sword that you can barely make out because of the darkness. Now, even with your good vision, it blends in with the blackness of the room. And interesting little, as light from the torch and your staff kind of hit it at certain angles, it has strange flecks that almost look like sparkling stars. And you see her standing there. And you see that door open over there, and you see a little bitty, even tinier than her. Describe yourself, sir. Remember, don't say age, just describe yourself.
You will see where's my height? Oh, where did I put my height? It's a just shy of 4 foot rock gnome, wearing a normal robe with gold embellishments down it as like the stitchings. I've obviously got my staff in hand with some sort of little mechanical lighter on top of it. And I have black eyes with sparkles of red in them, and my hair is basically looks like flames, so it'll go from, but reverse, so it'll go from like a light up to a yellow, and then with red tip. In a Mohican.
Do you have a reddish beard too? I think you said.
And it was actually just a brownish beard, and it's
brownish beard. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know what the measurement would be, but it's like a finger length below where his chin would be, and it's well kept.
Okay. So you're standing there looking out into this room. You barely peeking around the corner, kind of see this little guy poking his head out, looking at you guys looking at you guys wide-eyed. Now we're gonna quickly pause over to Fate. Fate, what do you do in this exact same moment throughout this conversation and stuff? Do you still stay put, or do you want to do something?
No, I will stow the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll walk up to the door.
Mm-hmm.
And just fling it open.
Okay. Suddenly, the door just across from him flings open, and you see a grandiose-looking. Describe yourself, sir.
Yeah, so you see an average height male is wearing like a baggy cloak over a tunic, a wide belt with kind of baggy pants, wrappings on his arms and hands, He's got a really like short, not quite 5 o'clock shadow, but a little bit longer than that. Just short, tight knit beard. Hair is roughly the same length as Stormy, but in a like down kind of pulled back like ponytail. Piercing blue crystal eyes. And there's this little tiny white creature about, I don't know, maybe
There's a little white owl on his shoulder.
a little white owl. Just kind of like just given that like real aggressive head tilt.
Yep. And you said your hair was black, right?
Yeah, like a dark brown black.
Is it a full ponytail or is it the Liam Neeson Star Wars ponytail?
Half up, half down.
Yeah, half up, half down. Kind of think you know, the first person that comes to mind, and think of Ghetto. Like it's half up. It's more of like a bun up here, and then kind of down to just shy or just past shoulder length.
Gotcha.
So
and you
well
appear
cut down
human,
his face.
correct?
Yes.
Gotcha. So I will say one thing before we continue with this role play. Your character, Fate, suddenly realizes something that you had not noticed before. And it's kind of you keep it to yourself, but you have this little inner kind of, your heart leaps in excitement for a moment as you realize that while your little owl is sitting on your shoulder, you have dark vision with him sitting there. And you're like, oh, this is cool. You've never experienced this before. So
you'll, for everyone that sees as I come out there, you'll see a mimicked kind of like craned head tilt of like, and just an observation of the room of just like, huh.
okay. So
Quick
now,
correction as well. I'm 3'2".
Jeez.
yeah, like I said, he's a tiny little guy. I mean, I'm exaggerating now, but yeah, like 1, 2, 3. So he's like this little bitty guy.
I could throw you so easily.
Could throw me.
Did you say that out loud? I could throw you.
No.
He's like a toddler. All right.
She's more
Forgot to say my character's
Subdued.
like 5 feet tall.
Yeah, she's 5 feet tall. She's 6 feet, and you're 5'10", I think you said.
So yeah, 5'10".
I gotta
5'10",
show this
5'10".
off here. All right, I think this one that we picked for Druid turned out to be a perfect fit. Even though, well, not, or at least as close as possible. We can probably make something better later, but it's a really good one because it's actually taller than everybody else since it's not an actual D&D figurine. It's from an old game called Mage Knight. So this is the one we picked for her. For Fate's character, we picked this guy. And
what accompanies him?
So hard to hold on to. It's so tiny, but he's got a tiny.
so tiny like an owl.
And then this
Like
is.
he's holding a bean. Although
This
it's
is
going to be
Druid-
about half
this
my
is,
height.
StarkItty, sorry, StarkItty. This is StarkItty's character. Imagine the skin is a little bit grayer than this, but yeah, basically.
That's cool.
And then this guy turned out to be perfect. I was like, what the hell? How's this even possible? Like almost 100% perfect.
Oh, yeah.
You did change that my skin is reddish tan though.
Right,
as
we
opposed
did.
to the normal rock
unfortunately, I don't. Like we got to make do with what we got.
I
Yeah,
just
I'm
have
just
to
telling
say,
everyone 'cause I
I'm
missed that
glad,
part.
I'm glad Hugo's getting used again.
All right, I'm gonna say she's right there. You're right here. Whoops! God dang it! Where'd he go?
Got him.
You got him. He went all the way over there, huh?
Yes.
And then for the record, I have rather like fair olive skin. Like I'm not pale, but I'm not super tan either way. So pretty average.
Describing your own skin tone?
Yeah. Well, when I actually get out and get a little sun. Not currently. I quite look like a vampire right now.
Okay. So, does everybody have a good picture in their mind of the other characters?
Yes.
All right. So we're now at the point where you guys are in the same room together and see that you're kind of in the same boat together. It's time for you guys to take it away with the rope.
Well, someone likes to make an entrance, don't they?
Yes, you do, sir. I think, sir.
Names?
I come out and I like hide behind Druid's character.
So the little gray elf girl is hiding behind you. She seems like a teenager practically. The way she's acting and everything.
Girl, I've asked you your name at least twice now. Please.
She's
your
so
name?
scary sometimes. My name is Shae.
Shae? Mm-hmm. You, small one. What is your name?
Sindri.
That's Sindri, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I see it.
And the dramatic one. Your name?
So the tall, bossy one. I am Merrick, I guess.
Merrick?
Yeah.
Merrik.
Yes.
Hers is Shae.
Yes, Shae. Druid, how do you spell your character's name?
Thyra.
Thyra.
And how do you pronounce your character's name again?
Thyra.
Thyra? Okay.
All right. Continue, guys.
I have no clue where I am or how I got here. Do any of you know what this place is?
My character wanders over to the basin.
Okay.
I don't know what this place is, but were you the other three in the darkness I saw?
Possibly. What do you were there too?
Wait, are you talking about this
I
dark
think
man?
I was there.
Then yes.
I remember some darkness and some swirls, and then not very much. I woke up under a pillow. And then we all spoke.
Well, this is fucked.
My character's like reaching out to touch the basin.
So you touch the basin of the fountain?
Accurate statement.
Yeah. All right. Did all of you almost die? Is this?
Oh,
death?
yes.
Oh.
Partially due to some of my own issues of not knowing how to wrap a wound up properly, but we don't need to go into that.
You don't know how to wrap a wound properly.
Apparently, I rolled it kind of badly.
I see the pun there. That was...
God damn. Yep.
I gotta give you...
Do not applaud him.
Yeah.
Don't applaud him. Don't acknowledge that. We're just gonna move past it.
Move it.
Oh no, my pen.
What did he say? I missed it. I gotta turn the volume.
I said, oh no, my pen!
All right.
So none of us know where we are.
No. Well, who's up for an adventure? I didn't sign up for this.
Before I was here, I was in a cave.
So was I.
I was in a pyramid of sorts.
What's a pyramid?
Check.
I'm gonna look around the room.
I think the easiest way to explain a pyramid is just a large building for now. We can draw details later.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you guys briefly. Oh, so go ahead, Fate. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, as Merrick is kind of getting ready to walk away, as he's saying a large building, Merrick just mimes like a triangle shape, like, yeah.
While you're doing that, I'm going to re-describe the room for all of you one more time. I'm not going to read it 4 times this time, but all right.
Oh, please.
Yeah. So the doors open up into another larger room that is shaped like a pentagon, with a door in the center of each of the 5 walls with the same gray stone architecture. There are no torches in this room, so the light from the smaller chambers with the open doors is the only thing lighting it up. Of course, as you all have experienced, you're seeing fine because you can do so. In the center of the room is a strange fountain and small tree. 4 jar-shaped water spouts are elevated about 3 feet off the ground at the outer edges of the round basin. Out of the water spouts, water flows continuously into the round basin without overflowing that basin somehow. Within the center of the round basin is another smaller round basin that's also the same height as the outer one. It is in its center, it is filled with soil, and a small tree grows there. And also looking around the room, 4 of the doors are made of wood and metal bands and have standard round door handles. The 5th door over there seems to be made of stone, has no handles, and has a strange indentation in its center. You all think to yourselves, okay, I woke up in a strange place. I have encountered people that seem to be in the same boat that I am, as far as I can tell for now. They don't appear to be an immediate threat. And I need to gather more information. So, continue on now.
As I turn around to go investigate the box in the room that I was in, as I'm facing away, oh, and by the way, this is Echo, say hi. And I gesture to have Echo just kind of fly around and like.
So the little owl flies around the room, and
My character's having the wow moment.
Mm-hmm. So, Druid, your character finds the little elf girl unusual, but finds that little guy really unusual. You've heard of dwarves, but this guy doesn't look like a dwarf. He looks even tinier than a dwarf. And dwarves are very rare in your where you come from as well. And but of course, there's nothing unusual about the human. So anyway, I just thought I would share that little detail there. For Sindri, I mean the tall, human-looking lady, she seems kind of unusual for a human. Like I said, like a really unusual, beautiful-looking albino, almost sort of. The gray elf girl, that is the strangest color elf you've ever seen.
you can't imagine how she has skin of that color from where you're from. Again, be careful with details, right?
Yep.
And for Fate, the only thing that's odd is the skin color of the elf. You haven't really heard of elves with that kind of skin tone where you're from, so.
But the want to be intimidating woman. She's just like she just appears human, and then the little tiny.
She appears human as far as you can tell, but very unusual looking for a human. But she definitely presents as human.
And the little guy.
He's a gnome.
Just a guy.
You've met gnomes before. They usually reside from a certain place from where you come from. I will say this: his clothes are unusual to you. The studded leather armor on the elf don't seem that different. It's hard to really, most studded leather is going to be kind of roughly the same, kind of stylish. Her chainmail is really different. It's unique that you haven't quite seen that kind of style of armor before from Thyra. But yeah, the Sindri's clothing is unusual. It's not your typical, not the styling from where you come from. And the same kind of goes for all of you. If you think of it that from where envision where your backgrounds, but it's not a big deal. Just something to know.
Yeah. Just saying out loud as I'm walking over to, I finally made it to the box in the center of my room and getting ready to kind of investigate and open it. I'll just call out in Gnomish and just give a appropriate welcome, like hello, like what their formal way of saying hello.
So you hear the guy from across the room named Merrick speaking Gnomish to you. It's a little bit strange dialect. Like it's his accent, his Gnomish accent is unusual. You just kind of chalk it up to maybe he's not that good at the language, but you're not 100% sure. It could just be, it's really strange. Do any of the other characters know Gnomish? Yeah. So, you hear him say something in a strange tongue, strange language.
I look over to Druid's character and I'm like, Miss Thyra? What
Yes.
What is it? What was he just saying? I didn't understand him.
Nor did I.
Oh, okay.
He's just saying hello. Of sorts, anyway.
And what
Please.
language was that?
My language. The gnome. You've never heard Gnomish?
No.
Neither one of them neither one of your characters have never heard of a gnome, if that matters.
I've never heard of a gnome.
Me neither.
I will also, well then, hello, in Elvish. Directed at
Back. Hello in Elvish.
the girl. Eh,
So say it.
yes.
Role play it.
Oh. Hello in Elvish.
What did you get?
Eh.
Oh, I know that one too.
Aha. What the fuck's with the box? Yeah.
There was a weird plaque in the bottom of my box.
Box. Right. And with that,
Scampers over.
I scampered back to my room to go and
Scamper back to your
You see him, the little guy scamper back to his box. So since Fate was the first one looking at his, I'm gonna describe his. What do you do when you get to your stone box? Do you just open it, or do you do anything else first?
I'm gonna investigate it.
What are you looking for?
When Thyra said that she was able to open hers and that there was a weird plaque in there. I don't know at what point she did that. She looks like she could handle, taking a trap to the face, because So I'm gonna kind of check to see, like, is this something safe? Does it,
It's a very plain, square stone box that looks attached to the floor. Open it up.
Daintily, kind of.
Yeah. Inside, you see a leather pouch.
Pick it up.
You pick up the pouch, and you find it's full of tiny gears, small gears, and bolts. Kind of counting them out. If you pull them out into your hand, and you see there's 4 tiny metal gears, 4 small metal gears, and 4 bolts. They appear to be a strangely kind of glancing at it, knowing with your particular background, you immediately recognize the kind of the average person would look at this and think, oh, is this some sort of really light colored gold? But because of the texture of it, you realize, no, this is electrum. So all of the little tiny gears, there's 4 tiny gears, 4 small gears, and 4 bolts, and they're all made of electrum. Inside the pouch.
Kit. All right.
While you're thinking of what to say, I'm gonna go over to little Scamper Man. And Scamper Man, can you tell me, what do you do with your chest?
Just, how tall is this box?
It's about.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify if I needed to jump to look in the thing.
No, it's half. It's about this big around, and about this high. So it's basically half your height, and it's a tiny little stone box attached to the floor.
Well, firstly being me, I would instantly run. I'd be investigating it towards if I've found anything in history that's gone from that, or I've experienced anything with that sort of craftsmanship before.
It's rather plain. I'm not even gonna have you roll because it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. And if you're wanting to investigate because you're looking for traps or something, then that's different. But as far as just looking at it, there's no distinguishing anything about it that would give you any kind of knowledge.
But with the same way that I assume that being put on a pillow that I'm not in immediate danger, I'd also swing open the lid and eagerly look what's inside.
Yeah. Inside you find a mortar and pestle and 2 small flat pieces of metal, and it's an unusual looking metal that you also would recognize as being electrum. So it's got 2 small flat pieces of metal, and they have holes through them on each end, and there's also a mortar and pestle inside there.
Also being me, would not pay as much attention to the mortar and pestle as the shiny. Right.
So do you guys take, obviously you got your little items in the pouch. Do you just put them back in the pouch and take it?
Yeah.
Okay. So while they're doing this, what are, you're kind of looking at the fountain and looking up at Thyra. Thyra, what are you doing? Just standing there waiting, watching, observing?
Yeah, taking a moment to observe. And then Shae,
Yes.
Have you looked inside the box in your room yet?
No.
Would you like to?
Should I?
Or may I?
I go running into the room.
Okay, so you both go into the room then?
I stand just outside the room in the doorway.
Okay, you're gonna watch her as she opens the box. Are you gonna do anything besides open the box? Or are you going to investigate it first?
I'm going to attempt to investigate it first.
What are you investigating for?
To see if it's locked.
Well, the only way you can tell that is to try and open it, because there doesn't appear to be any kind of lock holes or keyholes or anything. It's just a stone box attached to the floor with a plain stone lid. and
I open
hinges.
the box.
All right, you open the box. Inside, Shae finds a pouch with two
What's in the
odd-looking
box?
metal door handles with built-in bolts. They appear to be made of a strange light gold-colored metal. As you look at them, you don't really recognize it.
Well,
I'm gonna
put
go
everything
grab
back in the
from what's in-
pouch, and I walk over to Miss
Thyra?
and I'm like, "It's the pouch of stuff, like door handles."
All right.
I think.
Hold on to that, and I'm gonna go grab what's that. Obviously, these has to be a clue to get out of this room. I'm gonna go grab whatever is in mine.
Okay. So you go back and get the item in your chest. I'll re-describe it one more time. A strange square metal plaque made of that same strange colored metal. You've never seen this kind of metal before, so you don't recognize it. With an embossed interior square and an embossed interior circle inside that square. There are also 4 small holes flanking the circle in a square pattern, but in between the edges of the circle and the inner square. The outer square is only held on to the inner square by a few thin etched ridges.
I carefully pick it up. And I walk out towards the center, or out into the main room again.
All right, so these folks
And I
have
walk-
brought their items out to the center of the room. And I think,
Yeah.
what do you guys do with your stuff?
And then I'm gonna walk towards the door, the
This thing?
stone door. And like hold it up to see if it compares to anything on the door and start investigating the door.
All right, so you start investigating the door. What does everybody else do? I'm gonna have Thyra go ahead and roll me an investigation check on the door, the stone door.
6.
It looks like a weird stone door with an indention in it and some weird little like holes and stuff. It's kind of beyond your knowledge. You don't really, it's not your expertise, you know. So you're not sure. It's a little bit confusing. You do notice. I think there's like a little picture right above the square indention. That's about it. What else? What do you guys do? We're not really in any kind of turn
Sindri,
orders.
being very excited at finding the gears and stuff, would run back into the center again and asked if he could see everybody else's. Because he's instantly thinking puzzle or some sort of device to play with.
Does he? Okay, so go ahead and role play asking. Tell me what you say.
Everyone, I need to see all of your pieces, if you mind.
Come to this door. It's obviously a puzzle. It is beyond me.
So,
I make my way over to the door with my pouch.
okay, and I'm assuming Sindri does too.
I walk. I walk directly to Sindri because he asked first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
So I'm gonna be like, yeah. Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
Fucking voice that you made.
All right. So
What'd you
far,
get?
only one person has investigated
I got
anything in the
these.
room. So Sindri, you're looking at what he has given you, which
I
is
also show him what I've got in mine as well, because
Right.
he just asked.
yeah. Basically, you notice that he had a pouch with 4 tiny gears, 4 small gears, 4 bolts. They're also all Electrum. And then, Merrick, you notice that Sindri's stuff is a bit different. He's got these 2 small Electrum flat pieces of metal with holes in them, and a mortar and pestle. You spot him holding the mortar and pestle. Yeah. And you're like, well, that's cool. Those are very rare where you come from. Very useful. Your village only had 1 of those for the whole village.
Okay, I walk over. Can I take a mortar and pestle? I'll trade you my pouch.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So you trade in. You give him your pouch, which has 2 odd-looking Electrum metal door handles with built-in bolts inside the pouch, and then he hands you the mortar and pestle.
This is so
You'll see
good.
Sindri starting to get visibly more excited about all this puzzle that is unfolding before him.
You
What-
see Shae getting excited about a mortar and pestle.
Yeah. Go ahead. Fate.
I will then walk over to the door with Thyra.
All right, so you're going to join Thyra and check out the door. Are you going to investigate the
Yeah.
door? Okay. Go ahead and roll me your
yeah, I will.
investigation check on the door.
But before I do that, I'd be like, the gnome probably want to see the thing.
Well, I'm sure it's the puzzle to the door. That's why I'm waiting here.
Impressive. And then I will investigate the.
All right. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check on the door, please.
25.
Nice. All right, I'm going to read lots of stuff to you here. Listen up. You notice that about to read the wrong thing. Investigating the 5th door reveals a strange symmetrical carving inside the indentation, and within the carving, there are some strange shaped divots and tiny rods poking out in some holes. You also find a strange rune carved above the indentation. The journey. You didn't hear that, Druid. So, Druid, it dawns on you while he's investigating this. You rolled so badly on your investigation, but it dawns on you while you're staring at him, watching him investigate this and check it out. That cool-looking picture above the indentation on the door. You're like, oh wow, I recognize that. It's a rune, and it's actually the journey rune. So anyway, yeah. So that's what you find when you investigate the door.
Does he understand what that rune means? Do you understand
No.
what that rune means?
The rune, you also see the rune, but you've never seen this kind of rune before. Do Sindri and Shae join the other 2?
It would be at this time. I'd be like,
Shae, I think it's time we go over to the door as well. We don't want the tall people doing all the work, do we?
But all the tall people do the work in my village, so I'm still learning.
That's fine, but we might need your pieces too. So if you come along, you could keep hold of them for now, but we need to go and have a look. There's a reason we've got all of them.
You sound so smart.
It's an act.
You hear Shae whisper
Trying to
to you.
put Shae at ease.
You hear Shae whisper to you, "What's an act?"
I presume you understand play.
Yeah.
Basically like that.
Oh.
She scratches her head. All right, so I'm gonna have everybody can roll. Actually, I'm not even gonna roll for this. You all basically are standing there investigating the door and investigating what you see. I will share one thing. None of you except Thyra recognizes the rune that's above the indentation. I will say that Merrick, looking at the plaque, you realize that the plaque is too big to fit in the indentation, except what's happened is the plaque is actually framed by the basically your background in smithing tells you that the whole outer frame part is meant to be machined off. You know, it's part. It was all made together and stamped, but the outer frame needs to be removed, and the edges from the little thin parts filed down using blacksmith tools in order for the plaque to actually fit in the indentation. For Sindri, you can definitely tell that this is some sort of mechanism with the little gears and the plates and the plaque. They're meant to all go together. Your mind immediately goes to, oh, I can start putting these pieces in. There are little indentations, little parts where you can put the gears in, the four tiny gears and the four large gears. You're gonna have to actually roll to put it all together.
Yep.
But you kind of recognize that all the pieces need to fit into that, and you're pretty sure both you and Fate recognize that the handles fit as part of the whole piece, the whole mechanism. And so that's what you guys know for now. What do you say? Because this has all just kind of gone on in your head at this point.
I'm quite sure I know where to put these things.
So you notice, Sindri, that you could put this together, but the frame on the plaque is too big and won't fit, and so you're not exactly sure what to do with that.
Yeah, so I think I could put this together, but there's some of the pieces don't seem to fit. Like they need shaving down or something. And also, I don't really understand these runes above it. I don't know what they are, or this pictograph or whatever I would recognize it as.
It's definitely a pictograph to you. It just looks like a rune, a symbol that you've never heard of or seen. So you, like I said, Merrick, your character is pretty sure that you could easily whip out your kit and machine down the plaque.
Yeah.
You guys are so nice.
Yeah, it just needs to. Yeah, it's got some flashing on the edges.
I got it from the pop.
Good. Yes. Shit. I'll set my bag down and kind of rummage through it, find my smithing tools.
Okay. You guys notice he pulls out some smithing tools. You're pretty confident it would take you just a few minutes to crack off the what did you call it? The flashing, and to file down the edges. So you get to work on that. In the meantime, while he's doing that, you want to mess with trying to put the gears in place Start with that step.
Yes.
Okay, so you start messing with that. Go ahead and roll me your. Help me out in 5th ed. What would we roll for this?
For your
I'd probably
Sleight of
say
hand?
sleight of hand or dexterity.
yeah, like
Yeah,
a
sleight of hand or
dexterity
dexterity.
check. With it, if he's proficient in tinker, do you have like tinkerer's tools or something?
Don't
Yes,
get
he
meta.
does. He goes in his stuff and whips out.
Well,
Sure
because
enough.
then if he's proficient in it, then he would
rest
add his
of the
proficiency. That's why.
Yeah.
I could keep player character knowledge separate.
I would like to say, as I get started with removing the flashing and all that, does anybody know magic? Can you see if there's anything in here that's magic?
I know magic, but I don't know how to find it.
Oh. Shae,
Yes?
can you sense magic?
Out of character, Fate. I thought
Yeah.
maybe we.
I know.
Okay. All right. So you're role playing. I'm gonna shut up now, right? He asked you if you can. He's basically asking if you can detect magic.
No. I'm not that special.
Well, everybody's special.
So we have a new counter
They
for chat
sure
to
are.
keep track of. How many times Starkitty breaks Druid throughout the campaign?
We'll just have a break counter. All right. Well,
Ares, that's on you.
all right. Well, let
Heck off, BT. That's probably what she
Druid was counting
Just-
Stormy last season.
I was counting how many times he said.
I'm only making it fair.
That's true. He
Yeah.
did describe a room 4 times. I love it so much. Anyways, sorry.
yeah. So I deal with the flashing.
So,
None of you guys. Oh, go ahead. You do it. You do
I'm
you.
rolling a dex check on that.
yeah, is he rolling a dex check? Sleight of hand?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and roll your sleight of hand, I guess. Yep.
Oh, that was at an angle, but it's alright. 9, 10, 11, 12.
So
Because of a 0
it
proficiency
doesn't require
on
a
sleight
lot
of
to
hand.
put together. The DC isn't high to put together, but what you do realize while putting it together that yes, the small the way the machine or whatever the mechanism is designed, 2 tiny gears need to go in here, 2 larger gears need to go in here. The plaque would go on, the handles would fit into the 2 smaller gears, and then the 2 plates would have to go in between. And so what happens is once it's all put together, you can actually twist it, and it'll actually turn the gears and turn everything in such a way that it obviously pulls a mechanism that you can't see inside the stone door, thus hopefully opening the stone door. However, there's something missing, and that is that there's no way, even with all of you here, because of the space required, to hold the gears in place while you're doing it, while you're putting the together. In other words, it's a really bad, where did we get this again?
IKEA?
Yeah, it's a really bad IKEA design. So you're going to
Instructions
need
sold
some
separately.
sort of adhesive that will hold the gears in place while you put the thing together internally, and that adhesive must also be. It can't be a true permanent adhesive. It also must eventually function as a grease as well.
I need to check something. So, I know I would know this in real life, but but I'm not sure my character would know this. But he does go out gathering for items and stuff like that for working with.
Your character
Those sorts of
wouldn't know how to come up with something like that here. Your character would at least be able to say, "Hey, we're missing something. I need this."
Okay. So it appears that we're missing something that would almost glue all this together, but it would need to break down over time to then, like, lubricate the device. Does anybody know anything in the room that we could make from that? My voice is slightly off because my throat's dry.
So you have a mortar and pestle in your hand. You look around, and of course, the only other thing in the room is the interesting fountain with the tree in the center.
I go walking over to the fountain to take a closer look at the tree.
Okay. So you're gonna investigate the fountain, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your investigation. With advantage.
3.
With advantage?
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 3.
I thought you had, oh. Well, okay, but these are things you would see. This is gonna actually, there's no roll for this because it's based upon your background, your knowledge. Like, let me see your character sheet a second. Yeah, investigation is the wrong roll. Okay, yeah. Survival.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and re-roll.
At advantage?
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I rolled 2 20s.
Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. All right.
See?
Can confirm.
Beautiful.
You feel free to show it on that camera if you want to.
25.
I think that's gotta be showed off on camera, not a should be.
Look at that. We have the same metal dice too, Starkitty.
Right?
Yeah. I
Same
rolled,
dice
I rolled
tray.
a 20 with
Same metal dice.
Never tilted
Same dice from Never Tilted. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the same green rolling box too.
Green metal dice. Yeah.
Yeah.
25 for my survival.
All right. You notice that the clever design of the fountain makes it such that the splashing of the water from the spouts allows the tree in the center to be constantly watered without drowning it in too much water. You can also see some algae and fungi growing around the inner basin and in the soil. The plant is a unique cave-dwelling rubber plant. Its sap can be used to make an adhesive, and its leaves and the algae can be used to make a grease. Also, the mushrooms are edible, and investigating further by smelling the water and touching it, you believe that the water is likely potable and unlikely to be poisoned.
That's what you guys see me doing. Oh. Mr. Tree, you are very interesting.
What do you tell them?
Mr. Sindri? Mr. Sindri, I think this tree makes what you're looking for.
Oh. Do
Actually,
you
I
know how
this
to
tree makes
make
what
it?
you're looking for. Maybe.
If you know how to do it, please go ahead.
Okay.
All right, so you're gonna need your herbalism kit. So you whip that out of your backpack.
Yes.
And the mortar and pestle, you realize that you're happy that the mortar and pestle is there because your herbalism kit would not have actually been able to grind it all together properly. But the mortar and pestle adds that extra.
Yes.
So you get to actually roll survival again with advantage because of the mortar and pestle and your herbalism kit. And I'm gonna have you roll once for both things.
16.
Yep. So she easily makes some gooey substance that makes for a decent adhesive, just enough to hold the stuff in place.
I'm like making it. Is this the consistency you want, Mr. Sindri?
That would seem about right, and I trust your judgment on this.
And then some some good grease as well. So while they're doing that, that none of them seem to know how to sense magic, as you asked their Merrick.
Okay.
He gets all dramatic.
Give me a minute. And I'll ritually cast Detect Magic.
You guys, it's 10 minutes for a ritual cast?
It's 10 minutes. Yeah.
You guys watch him do 10 minutes
Give me a minute.
of some sort of ritual magic. Sindri, you recognize it. You can't, if I remember correctly, you can't do that. We didn't choose that.
No,
for
I
you.
can't do it, but
Right.
I definitely would
But
recognize it.
you recognize what he's doing, and he's ritually detecting magic. So he's obviously a spellcaster of some kind. He seems rather confident in it, the way he's doing it.
Very interesting.
After a while, he suddenly realizes, I will tell you, that Merrick, you see that the rune radiates a faint magic. In the center of where the plaque would fit. Remember how I told you that the plaque is a square, an inner square, and a circle? At the circle part, it's magical, right there, where it will fit in. Not on the plaque, but on the door where the circle fits in. You also notice that the fountain is magic as well. The door itself is also radiating faint magic, as if its design, that magical part of its design is for it.
I also look at the rest of the people in the rest of these individuals.
Her fancy, interesting looking black bladed sword is radiating potent magic. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing.
The top of my stuff.
And the top of his staff that's lit, obviously, is radiating magic too.
And I'm looking at you confused because I'm like, what is he doing?
For record, for everyone else, you would just see some form of metal lighter on top of my stuff.
Can I discern the school of magic that the sword radiates? Because as an action, I can learn its school of magic, if any. I may not recognize it, but
Yeah, I forgot that you can do that with detect magic. It's not like I don't use it too much, but we'll use it now since you're asking. I'm trying to remember. I guess enchantment magic because it's enchanted.
okay.
It's very potent, and the magic on the door and the fountain are transmutation magic, I believe.
Okay. All right. Well.
So, Thyra, while you're watching these guys work and he's doing his ritual detect magic and he's getting ready to talk, what's going through your mind? What do you just kind of observing and watching as they do this? Okay.
I'm taking in and taking notes of their skill sets.
Gotcha. All right. Sindri, you're busy working with your gears. You're busy making paste and stuff. While he was doing his detect magic ritual. Do you share your findings about the magic with the group? Merrick.
Yeah. So these are magical, and I will kind of just like have Echo. I'll point at the tree in the fountain, and Echo will fly to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's magical. This rune, I don't get it, but it glows.
It says journey.
That's what I said. And then that is also magical, indicating the indent of the magic.
Wait, are you saying Miss Thyra is magical? I knew you were special.
It is the sword.
Oh, I never said the sword was magical.
You can look at it without casting anything to know that this is a magical sword.
I whispered
BT's
it to
struggling to keep
Sindri.
your shit together.
I see some hostility.
Yeah, I don't know it either. I mean, we're all in the same boat, and she's just, you know.
I'm just merely stating a fact.
And I merely stated one too. Anyway.
I'm not the one that got my feeling.
Interesting. Well, Sindri,
Yes.
how you doing over there, mate?
That's coming along nicely. I'm intrigued though. Could you show me what on the door is magical?
And then I will, like...
I would get up and go towards the door if I wasn't already right next to it to look exactly.
So
is it really hot? Is it higher up? Does he need a lift?
yeah, he does. He will need a lift.
Okay.
No, he won't. I would say you... Well, go on. You react first.
You need to get a closer look.
I will,
Okay.
but
Would you like some help?
can you
got
point to it first?
I will.
So you point to the circle
Yeah,
area inside the indentation.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will physically touch. I will put my finger around the ring, like this spot right here.
So
And
just to be
just
clear,
to-
the rune above the indentation has been painted on, kind of carved on, and the circular part in the center of the indentation where the plate would fit in is also, that's where it's concentrated, glowing the most magic.
So I'm not getting picked up by people that I have no idea who they are as of yet. I would cast Disguise Self on myself and turn myself into someone humanoid.
So
Human.
Or does it not work like that in
yeah,
the way
no,
we're gonna do
in
this?
actual D&D, disguise self doesn't quite work as amazing as it does as that
Okay.
helmet in Baldur's Gate 3. It doesn't actually change your size. And it can only change your shape a little bit of amount, but it's more of an illusion. So
Okay, so for further record, someone could see it as that I was that tall, but I would still be my height for all intents and purposes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you can only create an illusion that's, it could be within a few inches of your height, but in a few inches of your width, right? You can make yourself look chunkier, a little bit taller. Like if you can make yourself into a dwarf or a tinier gnome, but you're not gonna.
You would scratch what I've just said there because I'd know that. I presume having cast it before.
Yeah. If you want,
So, yeah,
we can. If you want later on, we can talk about picking a different spell. If that was the intent of having that spell, then I understand. But for now, yeah.
So yes, actually, if you don't mind, could you?
I was so
Yeah, could you
hoping
give
for
me a lift up
stilts.
there, please?
I was so hoping for stilts, not gonna lie.
Yeah. So I will like cradle my hands like as a step up rather than like try to pick him up like someone small, like a small. No, I'm not doing that. Like, yeah, here you go.
Well,
Infant.
to be
Yeah, I
clear, you could do
appreciate how
that,
you did
or
that.
you could just kneel down on one knee, and he could just stand up on your knee if you wanted to do it that way.
This is the first thing that came to mind.
Okay, fair enough. Right.
Yeah.
To be honest, it would have been the first thing that came to my hand to give someone a lift up. So
Yeah. Like.
Fair enough. Right.
Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate how you did that and didn't just instinctively pick me up. It's not a nice experience, I've got to say.
You know,
Mad.
I've experienced disrespect before.
Well, I'll say this then. All right, maybe let's back up a second. because I already said earlier he was working on it. It had to have been at a height that he could work on it. So I'll say he doesn't need to be lifted up to put it together. So it's just a little tall for him. He has to reach, but he can do it.
Oh, but this is for me to go and have a close look at it, so
Oh,
it
to
still
look at the
makes sense to
rune and
get
look at the
a
spot.
quick leg up just to get eye level with it.
Right.
So yeah, we can go for that. After looking at it, I would investigate it myself, just going off being a tinkerer and the knowledge that goes with that to see if there's anything hidden within it.
I'm going to actually have both you and Merrick and Sindri, please roll me your arcane knowledge checks.
Yeah, it's a 16, not a 91 on the die. I was like, what the
That's
fuck?
a 10 for me.
A 10 total? Okay.
Oh, I've got proficiency in arcane.
22.
So what'd you get, Sindri?
So I'm a little bit stuck here. So my intelligence is at 14 and my arcane is at 4 with proficiency.
So are you proficient in arcane? Does it have a little dot next to
Yeah,
it?
it's one of my one of our proficiencies, yeah.
Your intelligence is a 2, and then you have the 2 for proficiency, so it's a total of a 4. You add 4 to the roll.
4 to the roll, that gives me 10. So I did get it right. I just wanted to make sure.
So honestly, it was designed to be very simple, and 10 was the DC. So both of you determined that you're pretty sure. Now looking, especially both of you looking at the pieces are made of electrum. You remember that one of the main things that people use electrum for sometimes is because. Hi,
Kieran.
Kieran, thank you for the raid.
Thank you for the
Arigato. What a treat.
Lord of
Welcome
Chicago.
Freaking Karen Chicago for the win. What's up, buddy?
Let's go, Karen. Let's go. Let's go, Karen. Let's go.
For Karen Chicago's folks, welcome in. I'm StormyD. This is itsStarkitty, Druid IRL, extirpatefate, BananaTomOG. We're playing live tabletop Dungeons and Dragons. Our second campaign, DragonMetal Saga is the name of the campaign. It's a homebrew. We're on our first episode. The characters just met each other. The players didn't even know what kind of characters they're playing. They still don't know what class each other is, really.
No.
They just know each other's names and what they look like, and they're trapped in some sort of strange sort of escape room thing together. And so I appreciate you coming and joining us today. Please sound off and say hello to the folks one at a time. Starkitty first.
Hello, welcome in, Raiders.
Druid.
Sup? Welcome to the hive mind. You're stuck forever.
Well
You
said.
can no longer leave. You've also, if you've chatted in chat, that is the gravest of mistakes.
I was going to say, we could technically introduce ourselves for the first time, if you wanted to. That's something we can actually do.
That's
we've done it
true.
now.
That's true. Let's do it.
We can introduce his names.
Let's go backwards through it.
Can't say much more than that, but names.
Yeah.
Wait, what did Fate say?
Oh, just names, because we don't quite know
just his
classes
name.
yet.
Yeah. All right, start. Let's go backwards through it. Banana Tom, you're first.
Good evening. I am BananaTom, and I am playing Sindri. The gnome.
The gnome, right? and the next person over, the man with the beard. The other man with the beard.
Yeah, which one? Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate, and I'm playing Merrick. And I have a little friend, Echo, who's a little tiny owl.
And right next to him, his significant other with a green
And
locks.
who are you?
I'm Druid IRL, and I'm playing Thyra.
Yep.
Giant, 6-foot-tall woman.
Warrior.
Warrior.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I am itsStarkitty, and I am playing Shae,
A
a gray elf.
Gray elf.
Gray elf.
I'm a human, by the way. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Little human.
So thank you guys for joining us. We're gonna jump back into it. We do something called Chat Dark. I appreciate your patience. We'll have an intermission. Wow, we've totally skipped past intermission, haven't we? Kind of. But we might end up going a little bit long tonight. I hope that's okay, guys. It won't be too much longer. But let's keep going.
Oh no! I'm so
What
disappointed.
a shame.
Yeah,
Awful.
more D&D.
All right.
I will.
Yes. What?
What?
Go.
No, we're go ahead. Keep going. All right, keep going. It's fine. I'm fine.
No, it's
Needs to
okay.
pee.
All right. So where were we?
P. You do, don't you?
Fine.
Am I correct?
No.
Yes.
I think you were discussing. Oh yeah, you had just made your arcane knowledge rolls.
Yep.
Sindri barely got it, and Merrick nailed it. Basically,
Got there by a smidge.
what you determine is that you're pretty sure that the mechanism, of course, the mechanism is going to be required to open this door, but you also think that it's going to require some sort of magic that you are unaware of. You think that some sort of magic needs to be placed in this circular area before you place all the pieces in the plate, because and you also remember that electrum is used frequently, not always, but frequently, because it has a property of being able to transmit magic very easily. And so you believe that excuse me, I misspoke. I said that you think that that central area on the stone doors where you need to put some sort of something magical, but actually now that you look at the electrum pieces and the electrum metal, you realize it probably needs to be put on the round part of the plate. Do you share this knowledge?
All right. So here's. Would you like? You done?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I don't know what you thought of that, but I have an idea from something that's kind of the reason I ended up in this situation.
See, I have a working theory myself. We're gonna get on. Yeah, I like you. You first.
Oh, okay. So in the place where I ended up before all of this nonsense started, I came across a door that had a strange seal of sorts, and the only way to open it was to use prestidigitation. And I cast light into the actual seal itself, and that's what opened the door.
So that's your theory based upon your kind of lower roll.
Yeah.
He actually believes that something needs to be more physically put on it, to be clear. And also for folks in the audience, just to clarify, Druid was not crying or upset. She's trying to keep herself from laughing uncontrollably because she's a giggle monster. She just can't help it. So keep in mind, anytime you see her doing that, she's literally just trying so hard to stay in character.
She's trying so hard.
All right. So
I'm
what do you
trying to
say
be a
there,
good noodle.
Merrick?
All right. Well, this could be a stretch. However, you are quite adept with tinkering. Yes.
You could say that, yes.
Yeah, cool. Shae over here, she's able to use the mortar and pestle.
I know herbs.
Yes, exactly. I know how to use smithing tools because my father was craftsman. So I'd imagine the last piece of the puzzle is you. Oh,
That would make sense.
tall one. You said you knew this room.
Correct.
Yes, I am quite versed in magic for the most part. That's new to me.
It's the rune journey.
All right. explain to me like I'm 5, but I'm not.
I think she
Explain,
already is. Judging by her tone, anyway.
All right, explain to me like I'm an adult, which I am.
Interesting, because you sure weren't acting like one. Oh, you just are too uptight. My goodness.
I'll look at Sindri and be like, uptight.
Everything that I have said is offensive.
Whoa! We suddenly
just
lost your
trying
audio.
Because
we
I'm
lost your
talking
audio.
Yeah.
I'm talking somewhat quiet for once. The rune is connected to the spell Longstrider.
Interesting.
Do none of you really know what these runes mean?
Not a clue.
I'm familiar with the spell Longstrider. I'm not good with it, but I understand its purpose. But I don't recognize how it's written. Where are you from? Because I don't really recognize. As a matter of fact, y'all look quite strange, attire-wise. Not.
So out of character real quick, Druid, your character kind of wanting to take charge and figure things out together. You think to yourself, maybe now's not the time to figure that out, but instead your character thinks, okay, if everybody had to bring their skills to bear to make this puzzle work, the one thing that you can do as a rune carver is potentially carve the rune somewhere. Wherever
I was
you guys-
already on that track with you.
right.
I got you. Yeah.
I know you were, but yeah, let's get there.
Stormy's just like, can we save this for later? I do feel that we do need to discuss where we are from, but I do think it is time for us to try to get out of here, Merrick. And just know, don't let my tone be deceiving. I am not trying to be an asshole. Often.
Neither am I.
And I'm gonna pull out my carving kit, and I'm gonna start carving in the rune for Journey
Where?
on that spot.
Where?
On where they've been, or I'm gonna point to just like here.
So both, I'm gonna have you all, the arcane guys, actually, since Sindri was kind of at the edge of success, he did succeed, but at the bare minimum. Your character succeeded a little bit better. You don't think it needs to be on this door. You think it needs to be on the electrum piece, on the plate, on the inside, where you're gonna put it in.
On this.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then I'll start carving.
And
You're
I will
surprised.
intently.
Sorry, go ahead.
I will intently watch because I don't understand magic, and I'm intrigued.
Yeah, of course. Sindri, you too? Are you intrigued by what she's doing? You can tell she's doing some sort of magic, but it's not like anything you've ever seen before.
Is my detect magic still running? I know it's a 10-minute timer. I almost imagine it wouldn't be by this time. I'm just curious.
I would say you're at the bare edges of it. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'll watch to see, watch the magic.
Yeah. So you go ahead and I'm gonna have you roll. What would be the skill you would roll?
For carving?
For the rune carver skill.
Maybe acrobatics or sleight of hand?
Well, I'm proficient in my in the whatever tools.
No, I know that. 5e.
It would also be smithing tools.
Because remember, this is only for that.
It would be artisan tools.
No, right. You're using your artisan tools. I'm just trying to remember which skill basically you would roll.
I guess it doesn't say. You basically are gonna need to, you get the sense that you need to use your rune shaper feat on the center part using your artisan's tools. So I'm not even gonna have you roll anything. It's just something that you can do from what I can tell. You use your tools and you see her mimic the exact rune picture that's at the top onto the this circle. And as you're doing it, you realize, oh wow, this electrum is kind of soft. Harder than gold, but soft enough that it's designed for this. And of course, they figured out that it's also to be able to transmit magic better. And you're just fascinated by them doing all this. And it doesn't take her long. And just at the edge of when your detect magic runs out, it lights up, glowing from the center with a rune on the plate. And yeah, you guys just go ahead and finish putting it together?
That would be my move too, but...
Yes.
All right.
Is anybody else hungry?
Extremely. That's why I'd like to leave here.
I
Agreed.
didn't know squiggly lines could make magic. That's so cool.
They're saying they're hungry, and you remember that the mushrooms that are growing around.
I run over and I grab the mushrooms. These are edible. I promise. I take a bite out of one.
That's good enough for me! Sindri runs over straight away.
You all, it's like, wow, this feels so good. And you feel your throats are dry too. And,
Water's good to drink too. I drink it.
And nothing happens except you feel much better now. It feels like it's potable water and the mushrooms are edible.
I look at Echo and does he give a nod of approval? Like, yeah.
He gives he bounds around on the outer edge and sniffs it, licks it, gives us a little thumbs up with his wing.
So wing up.
Again, can I reach the water?
Oh yeah. The part of it is only about this tall. You can easily get it.
I hate that I'm going to have to ask this question so much.
Yeah, that's all right.
That was your choice.
Yep.
I'm glad you remembered. I'm glad you remembered to ask that. Thank you. I appreciate you. It's gonna make it for fun.
I picked an average height for a gnome.
So
I
you
could
guys
have been
gonna-
shorter.
You drink from the water and eat the mushrooms, and you feel. You still obviously still hungry because you're only gonna get so much from a few mushrooms, but you feel much better.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't feel thirsty anymore. You're like, wow, I'm really pumped, ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dig
I
through
will
my
fill-
backpack for my water skin and refill it if
Same.
someone needs to.
Yep. You all.
Yeah.
If you all notice that
Fuck me, though.
as you're refilling your water skins and stuff, she is the only one who doesn't have a backpack or any other kind of gear other than her little belt pouch that she pulled out her rune carving kit and her sword that doesn't seem to have
No sheath.
sheath.
Yeah. I mean, I'll hand over the water skin.
Do you want me to hold this for you? I don't have a pack.
What happened to your stuff?
I
Was
mean,
it not
would
in
you
your
like some water?
Thank you. No, my pack was left behind in camp before I got chased out.
Should we go get it?
No.
I don't think any of us know where we came from. Well, I mean, how to get where we came from.
All right. After you guys sate yourselves, you head back over to the door, and she's finished with the rune. And I'm gonna just say you, with all of the tools, you easily put the device together. And as you click it into place, you hear a slight hum and feel a slight vibration. And who wants to be the one to open it?
I mean, you put it together, man. You want to open it?
If you don't mind, I'd love the honor.
Yes. Yes.
All right, he's gonna have
Come on.
to jump up to the handles
Nope.
and be hanging
I'm
from.
gonna do the same thing.
And then
I'm just gonna
twist
be
him
like,
while he's
here you go. Lift him up.
Appreciated again, Merrick. Muchly appreciated.
All right, so you're holding his feet up. He twists it, and you're like, oh wow. Even with the magic, you can feel it twisting, and you feel like, okay, this might be better if someone a bit stronger did it.
Thyroid, this might help if you join. I mean, Thyra.
Thyra.
I knew it'd get there eventually.
So I'm gonna go up to it and start twisting it. If I can.
So she twists it so quickly, it just twists right out of your hands, and you kind of fall. She just goes chink and clinks into place, and you hear a and the door slides to the left. No, that's not right. Let me think for a second. The door starts to slide downward, and you notice now something you didn't really realize before, but it looks like there's an indentation in the floor where the handles will actually kind of, not be crushed off.
Yeah.
In a little spot, and so the door goes, and you find another room on the other side with the room is much taller than this one. This one, I guess I should have described, the ceiling is only about 10 feet high. This one is 20 feet high ceilings with interesting cathedral-like architecture. There's a large archway with ornate wooden doors, double doors, 10 foot wide across. And
Philip's not in this one.
He's the narrator.
He's here in spirit.
yeah. So
Spirit.
flanking each of the doors is basically a suit of it looks like a suit of full plate mail decorative looking armor, that you would see like in a some lord's castle or something. It looks the kind of armor looks very familiar to Merrick. It looks kind of unusual, a bit different to. Actually, it looks rather familiar. It looks similar to stuff that you would see, that Merrick would see, and it looks similar to stuff that you would see. It looks rather unusual to you, Thyra, and to Sindri. But they're just basically just suits of armor.
Quick question before we move forward. Were there any additional edible mushrooms that I could pick up and put into my pack?
There was only enough to satiate you guys' hunger
Okay.
in that moment.
Before we move on, something to bear in mind. This puzzle that we just had to solve, it was perfect for all of us.
Aptly put.
Be wary and keep our eyes out. And I don't trust those suit of armor.
Unfortunately, your detect magic has run out at this point.
Yeah.
At that point,
Yeah.
Sindri would get the staff and use the bottom of the staff to give it a quick ping.
Give what? Oh, you're gonna walk up to to one of the armors and give it a little poke?
Straight after she said she doesn't trust them.
Okay. As you're about to walk in, Fate, go ahead and say what you're about to say.
I was gonna say if we want to take just a quick break because we ran a little long for
This is
this is the perfect time to do that before we dive in a bit more.
agreed. This is a
everyone's
perfect
okay
time
with
to
that.
take a break because
Yes.
as soon as he steps into the room, the armors animate and you all be rolling initiative. So, yes.
To stay true to the character.
God damn it.
Well, okay, we'll be right back, guys.
BRB, chat.
Yep. Shall we do the full intermission for folks so they can see some of our past exploits from our previous.
Clips.
All right.
Clips.
We're
Why
going
the
to
hell
go into
not?
the intermission, folks. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Thank you so much. Enjoy the show.
Their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on. Okay.
Yeah.
It's gone.
This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason. My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch, 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 stretch.
Oh.
Dumpsters pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Oh, are you sure they're squirrels, Tony?
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
my
they're.
affiliate
I'm
stream?
pretty sure they're no.
You know, just a.
It does. It's just this sound. It's this weird sound.
You've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So,
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
and the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them. The name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon, 2 party members were down, and the cliffhanger had begun. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're going.
I did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go chat dance. Here we go.
Oh, man.
It's like to me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab. You need to do it correctly.
Oh.
I'm still doing it wrong.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you take it away there. itsStarkitty.
You forgot to hit play.
Okay.
And we're gonna add cinnamon and a little
The
extra
character, she wants pancakes now. Thank you.
There's only one way I'll accept pancakes. Stormy's got to wear the outfit. It's canon. It's the only way I think any one of us can enjoy them.
Peter, you see? So, you guys find yourself that evening dabbing at the inn. No. You find
That
yourselves.
is what Emmeline is doing. She's dabbing from side to side on the stage.
Oh, he's pretty cool.
Okay.
My Chonkapillar.
Chonkapillar's ass liked him.
The butt.
Chonka butter.
It's a little tiny like X over.
A little anime X for his little bunghole.
The ability to control those undead.
Oh, that's right, because you did that before Bunky inseminated us.
Alright, and the Ross moment has ended.
Eating my butt. Freaking chair. And that deep-throated person over there, the one with the green hair. Just kidding.
We're going down ha-ha.
Oh, I didn't mean like that deep. I meant like deep sounding voice. Oops.
Deep what?
He's got a deep voice, guys. That's what I was trying to say. It's true.
Yeah.
You have a very deep voice.
I know I do.
It doesn't frustrate you because it's something you can focus your mind on and to help you. I'm going to use the P word. To help you process what you went through. Are you clipping it?
Everyone, get some rest. We'll discuss this later, after I've had some time to think.
It's
And
a lot to
process.
process.
Everything.
Got 3 good clips so far. I'm processing the rest. What a dick! You snuck it in there. You got me to say it. Looks like you have a question, Fern.
Is it the same color, the same blue glow?
Yes.
Now, I think if you scroll over their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on.
Yeah. This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like.
Hi guys, we're back again. Welcome back, everybody.
Oh, look at this.
Look
at the new combat scene.
Let's see, who do
I love it.
What's so funny? What I missed?
Ares.
Aries says, wait, we have a gnome now. We can ask him if that sound is accurate.
Well, I don't know about the sound that Stormy was making. But maybe if I heard the actual noise.
All right, so I'm gonna use these 2 guys as your. Well, I'll put them in the other camera. These are gonna be your opponents, but I want to be clear: they are not carrying swords. Okay.
Okay.
They just have kind of slightly spiky looking. You know, it's full plate armor, and the gloves are kind of. The gloves and the armor are kind of spiky looking a little bit. So they're basically going to be, you know, I don't know, punching. And it's time to roll initiative. All right. I've already pre-rolled for the sketchy looking suits of armor. Shae.
13.
Sindri.
15.
Thyra.
5.
Merrick.
13.
All right. Shae, what is your dex? And Merrick, what is your dex?
16.
16.
16.
Okay, so you're both 16. I'm gonna have Shae and Merrick roll off then.
Cool.
Just straight D20s.
8.
14.
All right, so Merrick, I'm upgrading you to a 14 for your initiative. So the initiative order is going to be Sindri, then Merrick, then Shae, then the armor, and then Thyra. Sindri, the as you stepped into the room, the armors immediately came alive, as it were, animated, and started moving aggressively toward you and the rest of the group. You have the initiative, so what do you do?
I'm gonna hit it with a firebolt.
With a fire what?
Bolt.
Okay, firebolt. You're gonna stand there and hit one with a firebolt? There's two. There's one here. Which one you do?
I'm gonna go to the right.
To your character's right? Or.
Character's right.
Okay. So number 2.
Character's right will be this one. So that's number 2. Thank you. All right. So you're gonna firebolt number 2.
Are you standing in the doorway still?
Yeah, he is still standing in the doorway.
Okay.
I mean, sure you can
So
still
go ahead and what you need to do is roll a d20, and you're gonna add your spell casting attack modifier that we wrote down on your sheet.
Swap out that dice for another one. So that's
I
a
believe
12
it's,
plus 6, so that's an 18.
An 18. All right. So an 18 just hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
That's the thing, I'm just trying to find the list for what the damage is because I had it saved and I brought it up.
Should be a D8, I believe.
It's a D10.
No, actually
D10?
it's a D10.
Okay.
Yeah, firebolt is a D10.
Make sure that's the correct one. That's a 10.
Nice. Well done.
That's
All right, you singe a part of the armor. Do you do anything else? Do you make any movements?
I would move back a good bit and try and give room for what I'm perceiving as the fighter of the group to come through.
All right.
So-
So you can move 6.
Close
What's
to
your
the
movement
wall
rate? Is it
and then
20 or
back.
30? Or 25? What?
Your speed.
It might be 30. I don't know if they.
It's 25.
25. Okay, so you can move 5 squares. You can move through somebody's square. Technically, he'd be here, she'd be here, you'd be there. So you just tell me where you want to go, and
I would move to his left 1 square and then back 2 squares.
so right to here.
Yeah.
Okay. The little guy goes right between your legs, and stands over by the fountain.
It's just a guy.
It would also end with, if we pull into the room, we'll have more space.
And Merrick, it's your turn.
I'm gonna first, like I see the threat, and the first thing I'm gonna look back is I'm gonna look at Shae. Does Shae seem uncomfortable?
Yeah,
She
she's
looks
pretty
scared.
nervous.
Cool. I will mimic Sindri, but I will cast Firebolt at number 1. Yep. That's going to be 21 to hit.
That's a hit.
Ooh. It's a 3.
3? Okay.
Yeah. And then I will take a step back next to Shae.
Take a step back next to Shae. Okay.
Yep. And kind of under my breath, not really like super quiet, but like clearly addressing Shae, like, it'll be all right. Just stay close.
Okay. Nice.
I love how we
nice.
all become instantly protective of Shae. Protect Shae at all costs!
Speaking of, Shae, it's your turn.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot to tell you what weapons my character's carrying.
Yeah.
She has a rapier and a club.
Yeah.
A rapier and a club. Nice.
What's up, puppy dog?
Let's see. She looks over at Merrick and she's like, "Are you sure?" And she pulls out her club. And she stays put.
All right. So you pull out your club and you stay put. Now I'm assuming that earlier you put your I forgot to mention once again, just to clarify, guys. She was. Oh no, because it was in your backpack. So did you put your backpack down earlier, or did you put it on your back?
My backpack is in front of me.
Oh, you're still wearing it.
I'm still
you're just
wearing
it
it
in front of you.
Yes, it is in front of me.
Oh, okay, all right. So you just pull so your weapons would be at your waist, unless
my rapier would be at my waist.
Your club is on your back.
On my back.
Okay, so she whips out a club, and you literally do nothing, or do you ready in action?
I'm going to ready in action to take a swing at whichever suit of armor gets close to me.
Okay, if a suit of armor comes within your melee range.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Shae does that. And now it is the animated armor's turn. Come on now. That's my fingerprint. You better. 15. This one comes in here. Since it's still within melee range of your character, it's not an attack of opportunity because it pulled into your range and is now there. It comes to there, and your ready action is going to go off. It's going to attack Merrick, and then I'm going to roll its attack. Go ahead and do your ready action first, though.
Come on, roll well. That's a 16 to hit.
Gotcha. 16 does not. You glance off of it without hurting the armor. The animated armor takes a swing with its gauntlet, basically punching at Merrick. But your AC is a what, Merrick?
13.
A 13? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it actually just gets there. For 4 points of damage. Cool. Okay, and the other animated armor moves in and stands in the doorway and attacks Thyra. Thyra, what's your AC?
Currently at 16.
Okay. It swings and misses you widely. Swish, you dodge easily. Sorry, swings with its fist, just like the other one. And now it's your turn, Thyra.
The one that just came up and swung at me, I'm gonna swing back with my sword.
So you described it. Are you swinging one-handed or two-handed? Because remember, it's a long sword, so it's versatile. So if you swing it two-handed, it'll be a D10 instead of a D8.
It'll be two-handed right now. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
making a note because I forgot about that. So yes, I'll do that.
Cool.
Cocked. 14.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't penetrate the thick armor of the armor. You clang off of it.
Can we do bonus action Sparta kick to shove him back?
No, sorry, this isn't BG3.
Shit! Can we homebrew that rule? That'd be cool.
I know. I'll think about it for maybe the next time. We'll see. We'll see how D&D evolves after BG3 is, because it's definitely left a mark on it. I think for the future. We'll see what they do with it. And I might even be willing to change things halfway through this campaign. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
All right. So.
But I would love to Sparta kick him. That's saying.
I know. So you guys see her hit it hard, but she kind of clanks off. And next, back to the top of the round, Sindri.
Hello.
You got a Naboo with you who wants you to do something interesting.
Jay keeps trying to lick my face and my hand, so it's getting in the way a bit. I'm gonna pull closer to the wall that's nearest to me.
This wall?
To my left, just directly to my left.
Ah, right here.
Yep. Just so I can get a better shot on the suits of armor. And
okay, shoot number 2.
I'm gonna hit it with a firebolt again.
Okay. Firebolt. Go. Again, you guys are seeing both of these guys shooting firebolts from their hands. They obviously are mages of some kind. Sindri seems very what you've seen before. Obviously, he's a little gnome, so it's kind of interesting and amazing coming out of this tiny little gnome. He's just kind of like boo, boo, boo. And
thank you for that sound effect.
Yeah. Merrick is like, he's got this weird kind of
flair to
flourish, this flair when he does it.
Yeah.
I can just see Merrick going, snap.
Yeah, for the firebolt, for sure. I can see that too. Yeah. All right, who's next? Who's next?
Who's after?
Oh, wait, he didn't roll his actual attack.
He needs to make his attack. Yeah.
So that was a 15 I rolled plus my dex. Where?
No. Remember, it's what you're rolling is, because it's your spell. It's your charisma plus your proficiency added to the roll. So your proficiency currently at this level is 2. I believe your charisma is a 4. Is that right?
My charisma is indeed a 4.
Okay, so you have a 6 total that you add to whatever you roll, which would make it a 21, correct?
So I rolled the d20 to hit, don't I?
Yes, you rolled the d20 to hit.
Yeah.
And you
Which
said
that
you
was
rolled
a 15.
Yeah, 15.
Plus 6.
Yeah, 15 plus 6 is a 21. So you hit the armor. Go ahead and roll me your damage again, which is again the d10.
And I got a 6 that time.
Okay.
Ooh, that's 16 points damage on that one so far.
I know, right? Okay. All right, next is gonna be Merrick once again.
Cool. After reeling from getting smacked in the face, that was a mistake. And then you see this crackle of lightning as I come together and then grasp it with shocking grasp.
Roll at advantage.
That's
because it's shocking grasp and they're metal.
Yep. 23 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Yep. And something to note that I would say kind of shocks Merrick a little bit. No pun intended. The lightning coalescing almost looks like a pair of talons on his hands as they form the shape of like the claws coming in.
The electricity coming around. Yep.
Yeah. That is going to be a 4.
Okay. That's right. The shocking grasp is a D8, right?
Is a D8. Yep.
Yeah. All right.
And then I will say to Shae, move, and I'll point to like her right, to the right, like move that way, and then I will take 2 steps back because he no longer has reactions.
Correct. Well, you can go there and then maybe over.
And then yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So it is now Shae's turn. You're starting to feel a little confident with all these folks around beating up on these knights, but it's up to you if you do what he says or if you do your own thing. You remember your training.
Okay. Shae's gonna take a swing at it, and as she takes a swing, she's like, "This is for Mr. Merrick."
All right, and go ahead and. I don't know if a club is considered a versatile weapon.
I don't think so.
Double fisting. I don't think so.
I don't hit again. I rolled another 12 plus 4, 16.
Okay, so she bonks off of it without hurting it. Do you stay put, or do you move like he said?
No, I move.
Okay. It can't react because of the shocking grasp. Okay. Armor's turn. These armors don't appear to be tactically minded at all. This guy, he could just step right here and attack the person that he was already. They seem very single focused on who they want to attack. Just perhaps random or whatnot. You don't know what's motivating them. But this guy, instead of moving here, which would be the tactical smart thing to do, other than being flanked, but it would mean he'd just take a step and be able to attack. Instead, he moves over this way, which gives Thyra an attack of opportunity.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Roll it.
17 plus 6. Heck and go.
All right, that's definitely is a 23 is a hit. So go ahead and roll me. So roll a D8 plus your strength.
Oh, I two-handed.
Yeah, D10 plus your strength. My bad.
Yeah. So 8 total.
8 total, nice. I will share that after you connect with it, you get this weird feeling from your sword. It kind of vibrates in your hand, and you feel like your sword feels a little let down, dejected for some reason. And then that's all. You just get an emotion of like from it. That's what you get. And of course, no one else knows the experience. You just experience that emotion, kind of feeling from it. Like, why don't I experience that? Wait, it's coming from. Anyway, so that is the armors. Oh, the other armor. The other armor takes a swing. Oh, they both have to take a swing. Yeah.
I was like, that was just her.
Yeah. So armor takes a swing at. I'm gonna have also. I want everybody in the middle of this combat. I'm gonna just go have a roll it now. Roll me. Anybody who has history as a proficiency, roll it.
That would be me.
And or arcane knowledge. If you have arcane knowledge, if that's better, you can roll that too.
12.
12. Okay. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. What'd you get there, Fate or Merrick?
Natural 20 plus 6.
On your arcane knowledge? Okay.
Yeah.
So you remember stories you've heard about magically animated armor, and you feel like these aren't quite living up to your expectations. It seems like they're hitting a little bit weaker, and you seem to remember they should be able to attack more than once, but these guys are not. So that's about it. What did you roll, Sindri? Did you roll history or...
question. Yeah. Could I use my Artificer's lore against this? Check relates to magical items, alchemy, objects. Yep, so I need to roll that at advantage.
Yep.
Oop, I missed the tray. What's that? So that's a 12 plus
There's a pop.
14.
14?
Yep.
12 plus what?
No, it's 12 plus 2.
Okay, so 14. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you didn't quite get there. The DC was a 15, sorry.
Wah.
And that was with
My
advantage?
first roll was a
Wow.
9, so
That would, wait, did you roll at advantage?
You rolled 2d20s?
yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Did you roll your Arcana?
Sometimes they betray us, the dice,
Wait.
dice gods.
Are you
Wait,
proficient in that knowledge?
I am not proficient in the history check that I would have used for it, but I get the advantage on it through the gnome.
Well, now, you
feat.
could have,
But
I
do you
did
have
also say, I
Arcana?
don't know if you heard me, I said arcane knowledge. Are you proficient
I've
in
got
arcane?
proficiency in Arcana, yes.
Okay, then
Yeah,
yeah.
so
on that roll, it would add another 2. So actually, you did get there.
Yeah,
so
it
you
would have been
also
16
remember, hearing. You've never seen this kind of armor before. You've heard the stories of magically animated armor by wizards or mages, right? And you seem to think that these are a little bit weaker than normal. At any rate, something to note. The other one does get a hit on Thyra.
So the first one hit me.
The first one did not hit you.
Oh, it missed.
Yeah, it missed. It
Okay, okay.
swung and missed.
I missed that.
Sorry.
Thank goodness.
Ooh, max damage, 6 damage to Thyra. Ooh. And now it is Thyra's turn.
I am gonna attack the one in front of me.
Yep.
18 plus 6, let's go!
Nice. Roll it again. Roll your damage again, I should say. D10 plus your strength.
Yeah, so 6 total.
Oh, you rolled a 2? Okay. All right. That piece of armor, that suit of armor looks pretty banged up right now. And we're now back to the top of the round with Sindri.
I'll do the same thing again.
Okay.
Firebolt on the closer one.
Right.
So
You're technically in this little kind of tiny square right here, not next to it, so you're not rolling at disadvantage.
no, but I am rolling that one.
Oh, well, at least it happened on your first episode. Wow, what a treat! And honestly, just for funsies, we're not going to let you use your inspiration die for this one.
That's fine. I would add though, if I'm still allowed to talk after rolling in that one.
If you're allowed to what?
I said if I'm allowed to still talk after rolling so badly.
Oh yeah, you can talk. Why couldn't you?
I'm just making a joke.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
If you want me to push them back, get behind me.
Oh no.
Okay, well, this is one of the worst rolls, but it turned out to be lucky in your regard because you're not close enough for this to have affected. It would have been hit friend critical hit. Luckily, you're not close enough to melee him. So you see him. It seems like he's swinging. Or no, sorry, you're shooting a firebolt. The fire. Oh wait, this is firebolt.
It comes out the top of my staff technically as well,
Yeah,
because that's my device.
Bye, Merrick.
Wait a minute. You know what? I just realized I read them backwards. So, you know how with D10s you got to read them. This is the first die and this is the second die. I had it backwards. It's actually a different number.
It's a
All right,
worse
this
number.
is better. This is not. I thought it was 97. It's actually 79. So this is embarrassing. Armor piece knocked off, or strap cut, or a belt cut, or clothes torn. Lose 2 armor class till fixed. So basically, what's happened to you? Your clothes don't affect your armor class at all, right?
Nope.
So what happens is you end up trying to be fancy with your firebolt, and getting some of your clothes wrapped up around your face. So you'll have to use half of your movement on your next turn to get the clothes out of your face before you can do something.
Well, I'm gonna say if that happened, I probably wouldn't have said what I said then. So get rid of that.
True. We'll do. All right.
I have a mouthful of my cloak.
Right. True.
Yeah, you would hear.
All right. So Sindri's done. Oh, any movements, Sindri?
I can't see.
Oh, you can't. You fumbled. Never mind. So Merrick, it's your turn.
How hurt or how banged up does this one look in front of me?
Thyra? Oh,
No.
the
No,
one.
in front
Oh,
of
the
me.
armor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been hit a couple of times. It doesn't look as banged up as the other one, that's for sure.
Okay. Okay, wait, hang on. Okay. Yep. I will use my action. Wait. Hang on.
Whoa!
I need to figure
Holy
out. Yes?
Sorry.
We good?
That particular song is so much louder than the other ones. I'm gonna have to switch it to something.
Okay.
And adjust the volume. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
So-
I just had to adjust the music
Yeah.
because it was suddenly so much louder than the others. Go ahead.
Let me know if this works for order of operation, because there's a part of me that is curious about it. So if I were to use my action to disengage,
Yeah.
right?
Go on.
And take like, I don't know, we go 5, 10, 15. Moving backwards 15 feet, and then to my character's right 5 feet. So kind of like an L shape.
So 5, 10, 15
and then-
here or here?
And then right there.
Right here?
Yep. Would
You can
I
do that. You can
then be
disengage and move
able
there,
to
sure.
use my meta magic to quicken spell Chromatic Orb? Is that the order of operations that works? Because it turns it into a bonus action if it's a casting time of 1 action, is right? I can do it in that order, or does it have to kind of stem from action, then move to bonus action, and then move? Does that make sense?
Let me take a look real quick at 5e Quicken Spell.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see a problem with it, but I need to double check.
I feel like it works the way that I'm intending, because when I cast a spell that has a casting time of 1
So
action.
actually, you got to do it backwards. Basically, you have to choose to use your bonus action first. Well,
But then I would. But
well,
then I would
let's
have
see.
disadvantage.
Let me see. Because it says you start with following equipment. No, what the hell is it? Quicken spell. How was the music, guys? Did it get too loud there? Did I fix it? Talking to the audience right now. It just says when you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to 1 bonus action for this casting. So
Yeah,
honestly, I don't see
a-
why you can't just. Music sounds fine. Okay, thank you, Karen. You're awesome. I'll say that I don't see why you can't do that, because that's the whole purpose of it, right?
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, we lost your audio a little bit there, but yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I was just checking order of operations.
Okay.
Yep. Cool.
So you disengage. You use your action to disengage. You pull back,
Yep.
and then you use a bonus action. You use your quicken spell ability to do a bonus action on chromatic orb. That's a
Yes.
first level spell, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Refresh my
First
memory.
spell
What
slot.
chromatic orb? Actually, I'll look it up.
Oh, yeah.
So first, describe to me how you're doing the spell. You guys see him in lightning fast, extra quick, whip this spell out in a flourish
Yeah.
that looks like.
Yeah, so as I'm disengaging and running backwards, Sindri would probably have the best look look at this.
Oh, nope, his face is covered.
No, he would not. Never mind.
You would have the worst look at this.
Fair enough. For those at home that are watching with the Theater of the Mind, as Merrick's moving, you see a handful of hand gestures, almost like you would see in Naruto. Like he's casting while moving, but really quickly. And then as he turns around, it's like a hop jump, and it looks like he just whips a fire, like a bolt, like not quite like firebolt, but like a thin dart-looking energy.
Well, but this is chromatic orb, so it's actually going to look like a 4-inch diameter sphere of energy. And the color will be depending upon what you choose: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder.
So, I mean, if I'm the class that I am, I mean, aesthetically, it doesn't change the mechanics of the spell, right?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying you're wanting it to be able to change the way it looks?
I mean, wasn't that kind of the whole point of the aesthetic?
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So
yeah.
So you're changing the orb to look like a laser blast?
Look like a bolt. No, to look like a dart. Like it's instead of cylindrical, it's more oblong. Like I'd be throwing a dart.
Well, okay. I'm totally cool with that. That's what it looks like. Just to be aware though, an orb is literally like a sphere, not cylindrical. But yeah. So the chromatic orb is turned into a bolt. So you guys see the chromatic orb emerge from his hand and turn into a bolt, like a bolt, you mean like a coral bolt or like a dart?
It resemble more of like a dart. What
Gotcha.
I practiced throwing multiple times.
Awesome. Okay.
So I mean, if anything, you see it start as a sphere, and then as it pushes out, it elongates forward, like as it whips out.
That visual flair.
Yeah.
I'm not Fern.
So to hit, and it's doing fire damage.
Okay.
By the way. No, 25 to hit. 19 plus 6.
Well, no, Ares. Sorry, I'm seeing. I went out of chat dark. Ares, technically a regular mage can't do those kinds of things. This one though has a unique artistic talent. So, at any rate, go on. We were saying.
He rolled a 25 to hit.
Oh, definitely hits.
25.
And you're hitting which one? The one that's the most weak already?
That was advancing on me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So number 2.
So
number two.
14 damage total.
You obliterate the armor and it shatters apart and flies back into the wall.
Cool.
And
that will
now
end my turn.
It's Shae's turn.
So Shae watched this whole thing happen with Mr. Merrick, and she's just kind of like, she's like surprised and kind of dumbfounded at the same time.
Gotcha. Now what do you do?
Can I see the other one?
I mean, yeah, it's in the doorway, toe to toe with her. It technically would have some cover if you were trying to hit it with some sort of ranged effect, so you would have a disadvantage.
Shae's gonna move. 10, 15, 20, 25. She's gonna take a swing.
You're gonna stand toe to toe with Thyra. And
because she was so inspired by Mr. Merrick. She's like, try again.
Please kill it, please kill it, please kill it.
18.
18 just gets there.
I hit.
You see the little Shae Grey elf go, wah! Roll it.
3 points of damage.
That was including your strength?
Yes.
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
All right. All right. All right. The armor's turn. Takes a swing at Thyra. Armor class is
16.
Yep. It's gonna get another hit in. Max damage again. That's 6 points of damage. She's looking pretty beat up. I know. All right. Next is your turn, Thyra.
Slash again.
Gotcha. Roll it. All right. Unfortunately, you didn't penetrate the armor this time.
Nope.
Back to the
but
top
I would like
of the
to
round.
use my bonus. No, my
sorry.
bonus action.
Bonus
Second
action.
wind.
Second wind. Okay. So she gives herself a second wind. That's, I believe you roll a...
I believe it's a D10.
Yeah, I think it's a D10 plus your... I don't know. Let's take a look.
It's either a D10 or a D12.
Second wind heal for 1d10 plus fighter level.
That's what I thought. Yep. D10 plus. So right now it's a D10 plus 1.
8.
All right. Hey, 8 hit points back means you can take another hit. I dare say that those 2 hits would have taken down any of the other characters. All right, back to
Sindri.
Sindri, you're up.
Well, first things first, I'm gonna sort my clothing out.
All right, so you use up half your movement, so you still have 15, or you still have 10 move effectively. Well, actually, would round up, so 15.
Do I still have a clear shot on the armor?
Not exactly. You can shoot it. You're just rolling at disadvantage because now 2 people are obscuring it. It's halfway. It's partway behind on the other side of the door. So.
In which case, I'll move forwards 10 feet.
5, 10. That should be close enough. Yep.
Okay, we shall go for it.
Fireball.
Firebolt again. And I'll throw the dice on the floor 1 second before the dog gets to it.
No good, no good.
And he rolls a 9.
9 total? Or you rolled
9.
a 9?
That was just the dice roll 9.
All right, 9 plus 6, I believe.
6.
So that's a 15.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's not going to hit. So.
Okay.
Shae, or excuse me, Merrick.
Can I see it from where I am?
Again, it's still going to, because of the 2 players that are engaged with
But
it,
do
the
I have
way
line
they
of
are
sight?
in the doorway, it's a bit enough obscured that you'll be rolling at disadvantage.
But I can see it.
Actually, no, I'm going to call it half cover. So it just basically has extra AC. So yes, you can see it.
I
know
can't
you're-
see it.
Yep.
Yes.
Roll it. Or
Yeah.
not roll it.
Yep.
Tell everybody what you're doing and then roll the damage.
Yeah. So I look at this thing and I'm like, fine. And no one else sees it because everyone's all focused forward. But similar to when I did Shocking Grasp and bringing my hands together, there's a quick flick out and then come together with almost like a clap. And 3 darts shoot out as I cast a magic missile, and then they just cut through everybody and around them and tag the suit of armor.
And what color are they?
They are going to be. Oh shit! I that.
Ooh. On the spot.
They're gonna be white. With little like a streaking trail of like a light blue, mimicking both my eye color and the color of Echo.
Okay, interesting. So, BananaTom, even though, or Sindri, I should say, even though you didn't see him cast it, you suddenly see magic missiles. You recognize this spell. I don't think you have that one. I don't think you have.
I
that
do
one.
not.
Yeah, but you recognize the spell and you see them strike the armor. They're unusually colored, so that's the only thing that you make note of.
So it's 3d4 plus 3 total. Correct.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So in total, there's 13 damage. I rolled 2 3s and a 4. Plus
Damn.
3. So, right, 7 plus 3, 10 plus 3, 13.
You finish off the other armor, it crumbles apart. You all are standing there now. Thyra is feeling much better because of her second wind, but still pretty hurt. You obviously are a little bit hurt too. Well, not a little bit, like half your hit points. So, yeah.
Call me out, man.
What do you guys do?
Could I tell from the water if it had healing properties?
It did not.
All right, what's with this non-living things trying to kill me? Again.
So go ahead, Thyra.
I feel like next time I should be far more clear. If I say something worries me, I am alluding to the fact that I don't think we should enter the room yet.
I just wanted to check it.
Is everybody okay?
I'm all
We
good.
look like shit.
What?
We look like shit.
Me more than usual.
Does anybody know how to heal?
Unfortunately, not here.
I mean,
I can clean up your armor.
I can sleep it off.
Yes.
So that she asked, can anybody?
Shae, are you adept at any types of healing? You did have that kit earlier, yeah?
I'm good. I'm good at bandaging wounds.
That would be a start.
I'm not that
Oh.
special.
We're gonna work on that.
So you get a sense that if you use your medicine check with a healing kit, if you had a healing kit,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm okay at healing or like wrapping bandages and stuff. If I could like help her.
Yeah, so both of you have, the problem is neither one of you have a healing kit.
It's true.
I could slap some herbs on there with those bandages.
Yeah, but unfortunately there's no
about it.
bandages. Yeah. So I'm gonna, just going forward in the future, I'm gonna make a new house rule regarding bandaging style medicine checks they'll be able to do a little bit more than they do in the book. I'll come up with something that makes sense and will be, somewhat more useful than just stabilizing somebody like it normally does. At this time, though, as you guys, as you all kind of come together, checking out the animated armor, looking at the doors, the ornate wooden doors, they open. The doors open up.
Can I investigate the armors first?
Too late. Just as you guys were about to investigate the armors, the doors open up, and you see on the other side, it looks like, just from this angle, a flat kind of courtyard that leads up some steps to a mansion. Standing on the other side of the doors, about 20 feet back, is a cloaked figure. It's actually a robed figure more than a cloak, but he's got a hood. He's wearing an indigo colored, old, tattered looking robe, and his face is completely covered by some sort of black sackcloth, and his arms are covered by black bandages, and on top of the hood, he's wearing a black crown. Just this faceless, kind of spooky looking, robed, cloaked figure with black wrapped bandages and a black sackcloth face. And a voice emanates out from him, and it says, "Well, you've done well. Forgive the..." Hold that thought.
Ooh.
BT, what's written on that glass?
Handsome devil, actually.
All right, back to. All right, so he says, "Forgive the theatrics, my attendees will attend to you. Let them help you." And suddenly, these spooky-looking, kind of translucent, bluish, like skeletal-looking phantoms come flying out from behind him, and he raises his hand. "Do not be alarmed." And they're holding wands that are glowing in white. And he says, my attendees here will assist you and help you with your wounds. Please forgive the testing that I did. I will explain further if you will allow it.
Can I insight check that?
Me too.
Absolutely.
Same.
Roll it.
Shae is standing there going, no.
What'd you get? You're not even bothering to roll. So.
Yo.
Sorry, Shae, let's start off with Thyra.
11.
And then Merrick.
26.
And Sindri.
20 total.
To you all, he seems sincere. If a bit creepy, you're still creeped out.
I'm creeped out because it's skeletons. Shae's gonna start to run away.
Well, I didn't say it was skeletons.
Well, they look like skeletons.
So the phantoms that come floating behind him, they look like phantoms. They look skeletal in their faces, but they're like translucent, kind of bluish phantoms. But they're holding wands. And he says, "Please understand, if I had wanted you to be dead, I would have insisted upon it, and you would be dead. I have much answers, and I'm sure you have much questions.
Yes.
Well,
So you motion to let so the phantom comes closer, and sure enough, looking at it, well, you can roll me an arcane knowledge, both of you with arcane knowledge.
$22.
Nice.
14.
Merrick, they look like healing wands.
You don't suppose you got an extra one of those? Maybe we can.
No, these are my personal
mind.
collection for my attendees.
Fine.
So
They could definitely come
the
in
phantom
handy.
comes over and heals you, and the other one comes over to Thyra. Thyra, do you let it heal you?
Skeptically.
The wands heal you up to full, just like that.
Yes, hello.
And then he motions, like he motions, and the phantoms then pull back. And he says,
I'm sure that you are all ravished and hungry and thirsty, even though my test facility provided you with some nourishment. Still, I have a feast made for you. If you are willing to come, and we can sit and chat.
I'd like to first know where we are and how we ended up here. And what your intentions are.
I suppose even before that, introductions are in order. You may call me Mr. Abernathy.
Mr. Abernathy.
I'll rely on you guys to write that down. There's a dog in the way.
"That's all right. You'll get a chance later or something."
He says, your questions are valid. And all of those questions will be answered, then don't you think it would be much more comfortable to sit around the dinner table?
Sindri's gonna just go straight to the table and sit down.
Oh no, there's no table. He's
All right.
he's standing in a courtyard and there's a mansion behind him.
Yeah.
So he's gonna presumably take you into his mansion to his dining.
In which case, I don't know about you, but I am ready for sitting down after all of that.
I understand your skepticism, Thyra, and I respect it, of course. So I will tell you that, honestly, my agenda is to determine who and what you are, just as you are determined to find out who and what I am, at least to the best of your abilities. And that once we determine some of those things, then we will have some choices to make, all of us. I can tell you that at this moment, you are not in any danger. In fact, I find you quite intriguing. This place
As
is
do
my
I.
home. It is my domain, deep in the supernal.
The what?
It is called the supernal. You may not know what this is.
Add a character. I'll let you. I'll spell it for you. It's super and then null. It's supernal. SUPERNAL.
I'm sure that you all do not know what that is, but perhaps if we have a meal together, then we can determine these things. At the very least, you can learn some things, and I can learn some things, and we can get to know each other better. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you or not.
All right. I don't think we have any other choice.
He is right in what he said. We could have not woken up at all, never mind with a pillow and in a comfy room.
All right,
I do
spooky man,
understand
let's
your
go.
skepticism after all.
As he starts walking away, just assuming you're going to follow him, he just turns around and starts walking. And he's kind of slowly walking, but it's weird. He's slowly walking, but he's still covering the same distance. It's almost like he's walking slowly and floating at the same time. Like, you know, when you're at the airport and you're walking on one of those those treadmill things. It's so weird. And but he's walking in a normal gait, so it's not like he's getting away from you. So you all, whoever chooses to follows him. So Shae's hesitant.
Off after him.
So Thyra and the gnome started to walk towards him and walk out the door.
No, Thyra would. Come on, Shae.
And you reach out to hold her hand.
Yes.
Shae takes Thyra's hand. Miss Thyra's hand. Okay. I trust you.
Okay. All right. You guys make your way. As you're making your way, walking, he without even looking back, he can tell. It's almost as if he waits and starts talking when you get closer to him, like he somehow knows where you are behind him. And he tells you that he says,
I do apologize for my subterfuge in the test. You see, I'm as unsure of you as you are of me. I needed to test your capabilities and your threat level and your intentions. For example, some beings found in that situation would have immediately set upon each other, and then I would have known the character of who was there. But you all chose to push through your fears, your anxieties, and choose instead to put yourself out there and trust these other people. Of course, you did this with critical thinking. This is also a good sign for me. This is an appreciated thing. And of course, because I do not know enough of you and your nature, the test was also able to show me your capabilities, to see what relative threat you are. Because how you came to be here is quite the story.
I would like to know how he.
and you guys, he doesn't even say anything in response. He just keeps walking, and you guys follow him behind up the steps into the mansion. It's really a large, gorgeous Victorian mansion, and for some reason, it's immaculately kept on the inside, and you see these phantoms just floating around doing things. Just cleaning, like there's phantoms that are maids, and they're just keeping things tidy, and it's kind of fascinating to watch. You don't sense any kind of malice or anything from them? Yeah, go ahead.
Do I want to do Tricam? Or
yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Since we're not in combat anymore, it's perfect. So, eventually, in the first area you come into, in the back of the mansion, it's these large glass doors, and they open up into a foyer, kind of a sitting room, garden room, where you can look out. And you look back behind you, and you see hedge mazes and gardens, and that building that you guys were just from is right at the edge of it. And of course, it's really strange the way it was designed, but definitely worth the question, thinking about it, because it seemed specifically made for you guys. At any rate, he then takes you to the left into another room. Eventually, you come to this great dining hall with a long table. And, but instead of sitting there, he motions without saying anything for the phantoms to to go do something. They come back with a round table, a round average sized table, just big enough for all you guys, and some chairs. And he sits down, and then he motions for them, and they start bringing food in. And so he sits down on this round table, off next to the big long table filling the hall with all the chairs. And it's like, he says to you, "Feel free to sit. I figured this would be more comfortable and more inviting than that ostentatious and obnoxious table over there." Is this a character question or a player question?
Is there a special chair just for the gnome?
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
have experience.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they not a chair, not a special chair, but there's a little step stool.
Booster seat?
A booster seat, effectively, yes.
At least it's only my character that's short.
What?
Said at least it's only my character that's short.
All right, so who sits first?
I'm eyeing the food.
They're bringing food and setting it up. They set up another table next to you with lots of food, and they're going to basically serve you.
Can I roll a survival check to see?
So you go over to investigate it? Sure. Roll a survival check.
16.
So the food looks delicious, smells great, makes your tummy grumble, and doesn't appear to be poison. You don't know necessarily until you try it, but based upon your knowledges and stuff, you think it's probably safe to eat.
I reach out, take something off one of the platters, and I eat it.
It's so good. It's really good.
I turn around and look at everybody going, "It's so good."
All right, so Fate.
Yeah, so as I go to sit, I'll carefully move the chair back to be able to sit down.
Yeah.
I'll sit in the chair and then scooch it forward. So
Gotcha.
it makes the yeah. Like I'm trying to be polite.
And Sindri?
Sindri is going to be fascinated by the floating phantoms, and he's going to be paying very close attention to them, but he will grab some food off the table but stay standing to watch and possibly potter around and follow some of the phantoms to get a better look at them.
Okay, all right.
Basically like that, yeah.
Shae's grabbing food off the tables, putting it on her plate, and she's eating with her hands.
So as you guys do this, he looks at you all and says, "Oh, I see. You want to go buffet style. Very well. I mean, I was going to have them serve you what you want, but if you insist." He'll go over and you'll see his black mummied arms and you don't see anything. You don't know what's underneath, really, because all you see is this indigo robe with the black crown. And by the way, you all kind of think to yourself, "Oh wow, this guy reminds you of the guy from your dream, from one of your 3 spooky dreams that you had." And so, at any rate, eventually you all get a plate full of food and sit down.
Thyra, what kind of meats are on the table?
I was just asking the same question.
There's beef, pork, venison, chicken, like
only meat. That's the only thing she puts on her.
She's gonna go straight up carnivore diet. All right, so she grabs a sample of meat on 2 plates and brings them and plops down. And you grab
you know, I
If
would
there's a
guess lots
whole
of
chicken,
vegetables.
she'll take the whole chicken. Like,
Yeah, mostly vegetables and maybe a little bit of meat. When she goes back to the table and she sits in her chair, crisscross applesauce, and she eats with her hands.
yep. Same thing with Thyra. Just
All right, and
hands.
Sindri, you're grabbing food, following the phantoms. Do you at any point go get on your little booster chair on your chair and sit down with everybody else?
I figure that when conversation starts, he'll do that, but until that point, he's just going to be running between the table and following the phantoms because they're too distracting for him.
All right, and Merrick?
Before I even eat, I'm gonna kind of grab little samples of
Your audio cut out. Samples of what?
Samples of the meat, and I'm gonna like offer them to Echo and see which one he prefers. Just like, yeah.
He likes anything you put in his mouth. He's super thrilled by this.
Cool. So as I build my plate of just
various stuff,
smattering. Yeah, not a whole lot. I'll look for another small plate. Is there like a little small plate or dish on the table?
Yeah, wherever my seat is.
And then I will grab various bits of meat and kind of like shred it up a bit, put it in the small plate, and then put Echo next to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. And then I'll grab a knife and I'll eat proper.
All right. You're the only one doing it proper. I think. I don't know. All right. So you're all sitting around the table eating You notice that Mr. Abenaki got himself a plate of food and set it down in front of him, and sat down in front of it, but he's not eating it. He's just. That's all he does. He grabs a plate of food and sits it in front of him.
With a mouthful of food, she's like, "Are you not going to eat?"
I do not need to consume this kind of nourishment, but I figured it might make you more comfortable if I at least partook in a symbolic way.
I'll take the meat off your plate.
Very well.
She just stands up and reaches over and grabs it.
There's a visual just like, oh man.
I love it. You guys
what
are
am
amazing.
I in for?
All right. All of you guys together. Like, Fate's over here proper with a knife and fork. Just to be clear, Druid's character, your characters won't necessarily know this, but as players, her armor and look and stuff is very Viking-esque, just to be clear. And
Merrick?
Sindri's outfit is kind of Far Eastern, a little bit more kind of mix of Persian, Far Eastern, kind of Roman, old school kind of. And then Mr. Merrick here, his outfit is very classic medieval style, and hers is just kind of very generic studded leather armor, scoutish.
I'm not special.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Abenaki says, while you are eating, if you don't mind, please, I will share a few things about myself that might answer some of your questions. And as a quid pro quo, I ask that you indulge me in some questions that will be useful for myself and all of us here as well. First, as I said, my name is Abenaki. This is my domain. It exists as a pocket within the supernal firmament.
Wait, you're saying we're in a pocket?
Yes, basically, it is a subdimension that I have created within the supernal firmament. For some of you who might know this, perhaps those two, it's similar in concept to an astral plane, although that is not the actual what it is.
So out of character, I want to explain that. What I mean by that is I was trying to give you a concept of it, and your characters would sort of have their own kind of world history knowledge of this potential of this stuff, like the magic science of your worlds would be like, oh wow, there might be this astral plane, right? Well, that's sort of D&D-esque. But what I've done is I've created something that is unique and has its own name. So, if that makes sense. And it's called the supernal firmament, or he just calls it for short, the supernal. And he says,
And the best thing that I can tell you about myself is I view myself as a caretaker, gardener of the supernal. That is my intention. And I will also share that you all are quite the interesting anomaly. I caught you, found you, little of both, as you were being pulled into one of my vortex tools as the caretaker or gardener of this supernal. It is one of my duties to help clean out the detritus of the supernal and sometimes catch valuable items and creatures that might find themselves floating lost through the supernal. I let my vortex tool pull you in because this is designed to gently deposit anything pulled into it back to my domain here. You see, because you are such an interesting anomaly, I have yet to determine what and who you are and what you are all about. I simply observe the garden and nurture fragile things to help them grow. Now, since I have shared a few things about myself, and you all seem to be at a point of your food that you can speak, let me ask you a few questions that might be helpful to each of you. Would that be all right, Miss Thyra? Miss Thyra, I apologize. I said your name.
She stands up and gets another plate of and then sits back down. You may ask.
Okay, he says, first, each of you, starting with you, my love, please share your name and profession with the group.
Hi, I'm Shae, and I'm training to be a ranger. Scout mostly, but ranger, yes.
Very good. Miss Thyra, I did it again. Thyra.
I'm Thyra, and I'm a fighter. Rune warrior.
Yeah.
I was just like, what did we call it?
well, yeah, technically, I guess you're not that yet because it's a subclass.
training.
So we'll just say I'm a warrior.
I am a warrior.
Oh, forgive me. I meant to also ask, on top of your profession, if you have an additional skill set, which I am aware of, but that way you can share with the group. I believe you all have kind of deduced it yourselves. But what is your skill set beyond just the fact that you are training to be a ranger?
I like herbs.
an herbologist. And Thyra? I got it right that time, Liz.
Good job.
So
Merrick
you're so
Snickers.
faint. What did you say?
Good job.
Oh.
Yeah, Merrick audibly snickers, just like.
As does Sindri.
I'm also a rune carver, rune caster.
Fascinating. And, Merrick.
Yeah. Wizard. Yes. Question for you, Stormy. In terms of my additional skill set, would you
Just
be
the blacksmith.
referencing the smith?
Yeah, that's really all you have to add.
okay.
Unless you want to
Well-
add more, it's up to you.
That's why I was curious. I'm like, is that kind of the?
You could also,
we go
as
to-
you as a character, since you're kind of grandiose and a bit arrogant, you could say something like a magical artist, something like that.
Yeah,
However you want to put it.
Well, I'm a wizard. Kind of more an art than magic. But I am quite proficient with metalworking and things of that nature.
And finally,
You know,
Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought you were done.
ting, ting, ting. Like I'll clang my ting.
And finally, short-statured but big-hearted little friend here.
I'm Sindri, and I'm a sorcerer. Are we doing specifically?
Whatever you want to share.
Well, remember, right now, because at first level, that's all you are as a sorcerer. Don't worry about your subclass. We'll worry about that later. 'Cause
I
that
meant
won't
as
come
the
until-
sorcery background.
So you say sorcerer, and then he also asked for the skill, the special skill that you have.
I'm also a tinkerer. A long line of tinkerers.
So, we'll go backwards through. Sindri.
Tinker Taylor.
Sindri, please tell us the last thing that you remember before waking up here.
So I was in a pyramid with my team, and I got separated from them. Found this room that was abandoned by some kind of wizard for the best of my investigation. And then found a room with some sort of large circular device in the middle. And when I went to investigate it, I was attacked by a small little red creature. You had a very nasty chain with a pointy end on it. And then I might have almost bled out after activating it.
I see.
We don't need to know how I bled out.
Very good. Share the details that are important to you. Merrick, what is the last thing you remember before waking up here?
Well, the last thing I remember was slipping away into dark, thinking it was the end. But immediately before that, I had walked to a clearing, had this nice little skeleton friend show the way. Not friendly. Not friendly. However, there's this large dragon effigy with an Ouroboros around the base. And didn't nearly die. Just almost dead. Realized that I had to touch its things. Don't ask. And then darkness. And then here. Quite terrifying.
So, you too found a metal edifice of some kind. Interesting.
Yes.
Now.
His hands were out, open, wing back.
We'll get into the
Otherwise,
details
fine.
in a moment. First, Thyra, what is the last thing you remember before waking up here?
Also, ending up in the cave and discovering a metal thing with an Ouroboros dragon eating its own tail. As I slowly bled out and slipped into the water. Then I woke up here.
So your device had water in it.
Yes.
Water is a potent transfer of eldritch energies. Fascinating. Finally, Shae?
Last thing I remember before waking up here, that's your question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember a fight, and then I got scratched, and then I passed out.
Did you find a metal device, machine, or edifice of some kind as well?
I remember seeing something on the ground. It was eating itself. I don't know what it's called though, but I don't know. I may have seen something else, but I can't really remember right now. By the way, this food is really good. By the way,
I will extend your encouragement to the chef. Thank you. So, this metal edifice with the Ouroboros on it.
oh yeah, there were torches too. Most of them were lit except one.
So, one detail before, I believe there will be time later to go into more detail about these things. The details will be very important in helping me understand what has happened to you and help you understand yourselves. But for now, one detail I would like to know, did these edifices, they were all made of metal? Tell me, what was the color of the metal that you found? If you need help, I can help.
I was like out of character. It's been a while since mine.
Real quick, I'll just start with the ones I remember. BT's, your device that you found was...
I did write it down.
You did write it down.
I did write it down.
Do you remember what yours was, BT? Do I need to remind you? Or
It was dark metallic from all I
I
remember.
It was a blackish metal with a greenish tinge. And yours was?
I remember now, Mr. Abernath. Yeah. It was black gold.
Okay, so it was a goldish colored black. And do you remember yours, Thyra? It was yours was a blackish metal with a bluish tinge to it.
Yes, okay.
I don't remember the tinge, but I knew it was black metal.
Yours
Was it
actually
red?
yours was a silverish metal with a blackish tinge.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually tried to take notes of that, and you said I didn't need to.
Oh, no. I guess I mis-explained it to you at that time. I meant like you can take... Never mind. I messed up.
Yeah,
My bad.
it's fine.
All right. So this is a very good question. It gets us a lot farther down the road. Before I ask more of my questions, actually one other one. No. Quid pro quo. Each of you, if you have a question one at a time, can ask me a question and I'll do my best to answer. I will be honest with you, I will not necessarily answer every question you might have, but I will do my best to be as forthright as possible. Let's start with you, Shae.
Will I ever get to go back home?
Well, to be honest, I don't know if I can answer that. If things go well, I would say it's a possibility, but it might take some time, and you might have to change a lot before you get there. Thyra?
The place that you brought us to, once you found us floating in whatever, was that specifically designed for us?
A clever question, I'm impressed. Yes, it shows your critical thinking. This domain of mine that you find yourselves in is mine to shape and create as I see fit. I have several projects that I work on, and so it is useful to me to be able to craft and create tools to have scenarios for training purposes. Do not wish to go much deeper into that for now, but let's just say that that building that you came from out there won't be there in the morning, but perhaps I might put something else up. Such is my nature in my domain, that I can shape it how I will. Merrick?
All right, I understand it's really kind of one question, but I'd like to clarify. You say this, is it the supernal?
Supernal.
Supernal, yes.
The supernal. The supernal is this space, not what we were floating in.
No, this space is my domain within the supernal. Yes, I found you floating in the supernal.
Okay. So, can you explain the dragon in the ice?
He perks up at that.
What?
Large. Right? You
Yeah.
as a player, right? There was
Yes,
what seemed
yeah.
like a. Okay. Cool. I just want to make sure I didn't like
No,
add
you're
something
good.
random. Okay. Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, big, massive dragon. Looked like it was kind of encased in ice. Probably sleeping.
With a heartbeat.
You see his, of course, you don't see a face this whole time. It's just you're talking to a blank black sackcloth, in the shape of a face. Kind of slightly kind of bony looking features underneath, I think. At that point, he cocks his head and sits back.
Oh, this is unusual. Did any of you else see this?
I heard its heartbeat.
Saw and heard.
It was a dream.
So you all dreamed this?
I mean, I don't know if we all did, but I definitely saw you.
Yeah, I saw you too.
I seem to remember you as well. Well, more specifically, I remember the crown more than anything, because I couldn't really make out details, but I could make out that.
Because it
That
was
does not
shiny.
surprise me. That you all have a bit of a memory of that is not unusual. You were waking up a bit while you were in the supernal. You probably saw, as I was observing you, falling into my vortex too.
Yeah, you were on something weird looking.
Yes, that is my pet. He is a very good friend to me in the supernal.
So the dragon
So this,
doesn't look like you like it.
well, it's unusual that you know of it. I cannot speak too much on that topic. I will say that, did you all dream this directly after your experience?
I don't know if it was a dream or I actually saw it, but it was straight after I blacked out.
Is that true for all of you?
Yes.
You actually see him put his hand on his chin, as if he's actually doing something, even though there's no beard there.
Druid can only dream.
This is something I must research more. Well, I can't answer much about that.
No.
All I can say is that it is an interesting thing that you bore witness to that. We shall see what it means together if you will allow me. Before we continue with questioning, we're almost to the point where I feel like we should make a bargain with one another. I will share that I have heard, I want to hear more, but I have heard enough to be convinced that you all are not a threat to myself or to the Supernal, which is important to me. I do not want my garden disturbed. It also means you are unlikely to be a threat to the lattice, which is even more important to me.
The what?
I'm sorry, I miss. That is more complicated that we will talk about later. But because I do not deem you a threat, and because you all seem to be rare jewels who have found yourself in this unique shared destiny, I would like to mentor and sponsor you a bit if you would be willing. I have no ulterior motives. My only goal is to be able to help you decide for yourselves why and how you came to be here, what abilities you may possess, and what future you want to create for yourselves. But you all do share something unique. In fact, one other question, let me ask you. Shae?
Yes.
How old are you? I know it's a rude question, but please indulge me.
I'm 27.
Thyra, how old are you?
27.
Merrick?
I feel like it's going to be an obvious answer.
Is it also the same for you as well, Sindri?
Indeed.
Did anything unusual happen on your births that you are aware of? Look at the dog. He's just
Like
looking.
what?
Like, what's going on?
I mean, I guess you could consider it a unique event. It was the conjunction of the planets.
Conjunction of planets.
Yeah.
And Sindri?
I seem to remember it, but I don't think I took note of that.
It's okay. It's all right. Yours was a conjunction of the stars. So I'm assuming you share that.
Yep. There was a conjunction of the stars for myself.
And Thyra?
She's busy.
Actually, we'll move on to you, Shae, since Thyra's taking notes.
Out of character.
She's still chewing meat. Like,
I didn't write it down.
Yeah, she's like.
I also
like,
didn't
"This is
write
really
it down. I also didn't write it down.
You didn't write it down? Okay.
All I
can
wrote
help
was
then.
27 years ago. Life has always felt weird.
and off.
Yeah.
That's very similar to what I wrote.
Yeah. So, Thyra, you were born during a strange eclipse.
What's
And
up, puppy?
you were born during a rare sighting of the sun for a few brief moments. Of course, you didn't see it because you were being born. But you're actually, you wouldn't know. So you'll have to answer role-playing wise that.
Oh, okay. That I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's no way you would know that.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Yes. And this will make sense later, guys. All right. So he comes to you. Do you know if anything unusual happened during your birth?
No, I mean, I was being born. How am I supposed to know that?
Okay, she has a point. Thyra?
At least my parents didn't say anything.
Okay.
I was born under a strange eclipse.
What's an eclipse?
Well, it's,
I grab a dinner roll and a small piece of meat, like big light, small planet.
Could I show
Overlap.
that with prestidigitation, with the light?
What's a planet?
Yes, actually, you could.
So in which case I would cast prestidigitation.
So you basically help him while he's doing it. You take, you kind of do prestidigitation to show it even better.
Yeah, I see him do it and make an actual representation using the light.
So you're still utterly confused by what they're showing you.
I don't understand.
Explain it to her like she's 5.
But she's 27.
wait, before you come to...
So,
Wait,
yes.
you have a question, Merrick?
no, I was explaining that the sun giving off light.
I suspect that might be a problem. Let's go to the next question, which will complicate things for you all much further.
Oh, great.
We didn't get to Merrick's question. We didn't get to Sindri's question. Before we move on, Sindri, do you have a question for me that I can answer?
Yes. Now, I appreciate that you're not wanting to talk about the dragon in the ice as of yet. But this isn't the first time that I've seen a dragon. And it's had consequences of sorts.
Isn't that so? What do you mean?
A long time ago, before I got my powers, there was a certain event where, in a roundabout way, there ended up being a dragon involved. And, I took quite a large...
Out of character, remember it turned out to be a dream.
Yeah, I do remember the change on that.
Go on.
But we're also seeing that this was a dream as well, so that's why I'm going on that one. Mm-hmm. But yes, and there was a point where I got blasted against a tree after a large fire explosion, and then I woke up and after some time realized it was a dream, but I'm curious to see if the two are linked at all. Because it's not exactly...
Out of character, remember we didn't change the dream. You still had the dream of the bird, the fiery bird.
But it was the next day it became a dragon, didn't it?
No. It was during the dream, the fiery bird in the crater turned into a dragon.
Yeah.
So
I was saying because the way we did it was when I woke up after doing what I did to not spoil too much for these three.
Yeah.
It had changed into the other thing. It had changed into a dragon.
Well, no, there was no bird. It was just a dream it turns out that it was a dream where the bird turned into the dragon. So,
Yeah, I know that it was a dream, the whole thing, but that's what my memory was because I slept in the dream.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so you're describing yeah. Okay, so you had a weird fiery bird crash into a crater, and then the
I'd have
next
probably
day.
made it more clear, but obviously we're trying to touch away from exact details yet.
Right. So you guys just pretend that he shared this story of a dream. No, you need to hear this. This is fine. That his character shared a story of a dream that he had where a fiery bird crashed into the ground, it made a crater, and then turned into a dragon the next day. And then he realized later on in the future that it was a dream. So does that spark any conversation from anybody else?
Come to think of it, before I met Echo, actually shortly before, I had a dream where this little tiny owl, kind of like this one, turned into a dragon. But it gave me a warning. It told me to run. Which seems kind of off from what you guys are explaining. That seemed all death and dismay. At least this one was helpful.
To be fair, I was protecting the phoenix, or the bird, whatever we decided it actually was. I can't remember the exact detail without looking through it. But yes, I was protecting it, and then in the morning when I awoke, because I inevitably fell asleep, it had become this dragon. And then, as I say, there was an explosion of fire, and then sometime after I woke up in my bed.
Did Thyra and Shae have similar dreams?
I remember having a dream about think Shae. It's like a human-sized yellow bird. Canary? Yeah, it was a huge bird, and I think it turned into something. Why can't I remember?
It was a dragon. If you need help with that. Or are you trying to roleplay that your character doesn't remember?
I'm trying to roleplay that my character doesn't remember because.
But you remember that. You wrote it down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
I think it might have turned into a dragon. Maybe I don't know. I've never seen a dragon. I've only heard stories.
I would like to prestidigitation the image of a dragon.
That's what it looked like.
Ooh.
You
Like
remember
that.
it vividly, yeah.
Yeah. That's what it looked like.
And Thyra?
Let me guess, you had a bird too.
I had a dream. A raven flew into a fire. It turned into a dragon.
Let me ask
Out
you
of
a
curiosity. Oh,
Yes. No, go on. Yes.
Is that when you got that sword of yours?
No. That was after.
I was just curious, going off the colors.
No, I discovered the sword.
Let me question you about this. You all seem to have had a shared dream. Not necessarily at the same time. We don't know that for sure or not. In fact, based upon what Sindri is saying, his was farther back in his history than you all's. But let me ask you, the dream, was it a catalyst for a change in your life?
Yes.
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 I caught this one.
I found the Nost of Jotungeist, which was a hero of the hero tales.
I discovered the world outside that cave.
I look at Sindri and I just go, it explains a lot. Not to be rude. Sorry, but I think I get it now.
So, to be clear,
It would
you
explain
all are
the
the same
eclipse.
age. You were born under an unusual celestial events. You had shared dreams that had similar symbolic morphology. And you all found yourselves finding these metallic machines that somehow have taken you off of your previous paths.
I mean,
Dumped you into the Sapun.
mine reminded me a lot of Druidic magics. It was a lost. Teleportation's weird. It's not really a thing. It was, kind of, I guess. I don't know. But I think I'm close to figuring it out.
I see.
Total bluff, by the way.
All right, so if anybody else wants to sense motive that.
Insight check.
Yep, insight checks.
I mean, if you want.
Go ahead and roll your bluff, which would be a deception.
Just saying right now, Shae totally believes you.
Sindri, what'd you get?
I was gonna say, do I need to roll? Because I'd be happy just taking his word. I'd not
Okay,
bothered
go
if
ahead.
it's truthful or not.
Fair enough, fair enough. Thyra, did you want to roll it?
23.
Yeah, 13.
Okay, so Thyra knows that he's exaggerating.
I got a 4, so I completely believe him.
Thyra knows he's exaggerating, but she rolled so well, she can tell he's not being malicious. It's just,
I can tell he's coping.
Yeah, exactly.
Well then, it seems to me that we have many new pieces of the puzzle that explains much.
So
Here's
what
with the
does
last-
that mean?
I will have to explain that further with the last bit of what we should talk about. This is going to become quite a shock for each of you. So let's first.
It's another new shock in my life. I've seen lots of things in the last 6 months.
Well, I respect your adaptability. Since you spoke up, you please tell us about your home.
So, I mean, are you talking about my old home or my new home?
A little bit of your old home and more about your work.
Oh, okay. So my old home, I used to live in a small village, and we were cloistered inside this cave. I remember the big word. Woo. Yeah, we lived
Good
in this
job.
cave for this very, very long time, and then we got chased out by a troll, and we found this new place outside of the cave, and my world is it's very cloudy all the time, and it's overrun by undead. So it's also it's got some human life. People were very surprised in my new home that elves still existed. So I've been learning how to be a ranger, and there's no healing magic in my world either. Well, except for druids, but we don't have like gods. I could keep going.
No, that's good. It's a very good description. Thyra, please tell us about your home and your world.
Wait, we're not from the same world?
No. That's what's going to be the most shocking to you all. So please, tell us.
I'm from Malboria. It's a very cold planet. And we have a bunch of tribes of fighters and warriors.
You can use the Viking word, by the way. If you want.
No!
Sorry.
No, I don't want to know. It appears that rumors that were going around that demons were infiltrating the ranks of the Jarls that around the planet is quite true. Because the Jarl from my own planet, or from my own tribe, happened to be a devil in disguise. I'm extremely uncomfortable with how warm this area is, because I'm very used to the cold.
To actually add a character in this plane, just like when you were floating in the supernal, it's not cold or hot. It's just very mild. But go ahead.
Which is still warmer than I'm used to.
True. Fair enough. Continue.
Yeah? Sounds very different than what you're used to.
Merrick?
I mean, I'm from Valion. I mean, it's just a nice, lush, green, forested landscapes. Nothing particularly interesting about it. I mean, there are three, I guess, that weird to others. You know, one's blood red, smoky gray, and like a gleaming. But other than that, you know, just your average fighting factions. You know, nothing too crazy.
And Sindri.
I'm from Arathia. Very hot place during the day, but also very cold at night. But I suppose that's not surprising when I say it's a desert world. Lots and lots of black-red desert everywhere. Not much of anything, really. It's controlled by 4 nations. Called the Dragon Emperors, which I think seems quite relevant given the previous conversation. If we need to go into details about those at some point, we can talk about that if we need to. But as overall, the world is quite an aggressive world. There's mainly lots of slave traders, gladiatorial combat, that sort of thing.
Very good. You all have described your homes of residence, your worlds, your realms to an excellent degree. Just to clarify further, my friends, you all come from different worlds or realms. As Thyra said, she comes from Malboria. And as Merrick said, he comes from Valion. And Sindri comes from Arathia. And Shae comes from Hunthold. And you see, these 4 worlds make up a part of something that I call The Mind Song Lattice. Yes.
More of a player question.
Yeah.
The descriptions that they gave of their planets, do they correlate with mimicking the other 3 that circle my planet?
You'll want to discuss that. I'm not going to say that in character.
Fair enough. Okay, then would I know the names of those planets?
No.
Okay. That was probably a better clarifying question than I was actively. Okay.
Yeah. So, your character hadn't quite gone into enough of that kind of astronomical training yet in his background. And those are some details from your backgrounds that you can discuss. So real quick, he says, now let me continue. You see the Mind Song Lattice, I call it the Lattice for short. It is basically like a matrix of realms overlapping in a latticed structure. The Primus plane are the planetary realms, which include Arathia, Malboria, Hauntholm, and Valion, where you all are from. In between those are the transitive planes, the supernal firmament, which is where I reside and caretake, and the ephemeral interval. The ephemeral interval is most strongest on Hauntholm, but touches across all of the realms. When I say most strongest, I guess I should say that it's the veil between the Primus plane and the ephemeral interval it's much thinner on Hauntholm than anywhere else. There are also the inner planes, which are the elemental planes of Earth, the Earth stratum, the fire stratum, the water stratum, and the air stratum. Those are basically the primordial forces of the elemental natures of energy. They're not places per se, they're not places you can go to or exist in. They lay the foundation for the energies and magics that flow throughout the lattice. And finally, there are the outer planes. The Chaos Gap, which is hell. And there is theoretically a place called the Empyrean Omega, what you might call heaven. Although that is, as far as I know, still only legend. Perhaps. I have been here in the supernal firmament for as long as I can remember. I've given you much information to digest. For now, I know this is quite disturbing for all of you to find that you're from different worlds, and that you've been thrust into the supernal against your will, even though it was because of your own actions. Do understand that the devices that you found, and I will explain this more after you all get some rest and think of more questions, but the devices that you all found, I do not believe that they transported you into the supernal firmament. Though I am quite confident that all they did was awaken latent powers within each of you. And as this awakening occurred, it junted you into the supernal firmament because, well, you had never used those powers before. And so you had no anchor point or you had no way of anchoring where you wanted to travel.
Wait, so you're saying I am special?
Of course. Very.
I would say the fact you're here.
Before, when I tested you all, I had not yet decided if you were weeds to be plucked from my garden or radiant orchids to be nourished. So it behooved me to assume you were the latter until you proved otherwise. And so far from our discussions, you have. So I do believe that you are radiant orchids, perhaps to be nourished. You don't seem to have ill intent. So I believe this is a good time for us to retire for the evening. My phantom servants will show you all to rooms. My mansion, my demesne is massive. If you want to have individual rooms, you can. If you're more comfortable sharing a room, I have rooms that can accommodate that comfortably and with privacy. I will leave it up to you all to decide this. Use this time to discuss with each other, get to know each other better, ask each other questions, share what you will, and think of new questions for me. I only ask that you let me observe and understand you better to see if I can serve and help you better to become the radiant orchids I believe you might be. Your unusual dreams and shared nightmares are quite fascinating to me. I must do research on this topic to help you understand it further. What do you say? We have at least an accord for now.
For now.
Yes.
Not like we
Shae
can
gets up
really
and
go
gets more
anywhere
food.
else.
Shae gets up, gets more food. What did you say?
It's not like we can go anywhere else at the moment.
Unfortunately, that is the case. I will leave you with this before you find your place to bed. It's going to take some time, not a lot, but I believe for me to help you harness this power that you all have will require some training of your bodies and your minds. If you will indulge me, I can create facilities that will help you to train till you get to the points where we feel it is a good potential for you to attempt to use your power. And I will explain more about that later. What say you all?
Can I eat the meat off of your plate?
You may have it all.
I don't like that green stuff. I'll take the others.
Can objects leave this place?
What do you mean this place?
Okay, well, if I were to say, ask you politely if I, commandeer some raw materials and possibly craft some, can I take them?
You cut out a little bit. You say the last part again?
If I were to, ask you kindly for some raw materials, and if I were to make something with them, would I be able to take them?
I can accommodate that.
Excellent.
Do you have any other comments or questions from any of you? Sindri?
I'm all good for now. I'm keen to learn more, of course, but I believe there's a time and a place for everything.
Indeed, well said.
He gets up and says,
Thank you all. I do apologize once again for putting you in danger with my tests. I bid you all adieu and good night.
and he
Shae stands up and says, "Thank you for the food," and she bows.
kind of floats away in through another chamber,
And as he's leaving, he says, "My servants and assistants and attendants will take you to whatever you prefer, where you want to go." And I think with that, that's a good place for us to stop. What do you all think? Since we've gone about 45 minutes over, I think our mics are close to dying, I would guess. So.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Haha.
Yeah, his is really
Huzzah.
All right,
I
guys.
can keep going all night, baby.
Oh my gosh, guys. Chat, what do you guys think of the first episode?
I need to bring up.
Boy. Oh yeah, let's take a look at chat. Hello, everybody.
All the folks in chat, thank you all for enjoying the show tonight. And it's a treat to have you all, and a treat to have these amazing role players. Good job, BT, on your first role play. You've nailed it, and I can't wait to see more.
Yes. And if you didn't catch all of the stream live, check out the YouTube video coming out on Wednesday.
And don't forget, all of these folks have links in my About section, so please go drop follows and subs and support for each one of them. And, check out their streams. I believe BT and Fate, are you streaming tomorrow, the two of you again? Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
And then
All right, does anybody else have anything to say or add before we're obviously going to raid out?
Yes.
Oh, Fate, yeah.
Yes. So I know that we're kind of. What are you doing? I can't see what's happening when you change it.
Sorry, I was preparing to look to see who to raid. I apologize.
Anyway, after I was blinded, I will say that even though us as players have some knowledge of our other player backgrounds, still try to keep those things to yourselves until they're through.
Oh, right. So basically, yes. Between now and then, feel free to go ahead and watch the other episodes. There will be a few details that they have kept close to the chest.
Which obviously our players won't
I
know.
think we discussed enough tonight that you guys can comfortably watch the other episodes and just separate player and character knowledge. What do you guys think?
But
are you guys cool with that?
but try not to say nothing in chat because I want to for the first time.
Okay.
Please.
So, just to be clear, are you guys going to go watch the other episodes this week?
I'll be honest, I'm going to try and take Tuesday off work.
I'm going to be honest, I have the next 10 days off.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
So yes.
Wait. Monday is already a holiday for me.
So does that mean I want to delay Sekiro for 1 week?
Oh no!
That's a good idea.
No, I voted.
I was gonna play it on Monday.
I voted first.
I also confirmed because I said which would win today. And Sekiro has, of course, won, seen as I've said that.
we will discuss that tomorrow. How about that?
Yeah, no worries.
Cool.
Guys, also don't forget to support my Bandwidth and Banter partner, Druid. Her next stream is when?
Tuesday.
Oh, actually, my next stream is Monday. I'm actually going to be on Mr. Hildebrand's.
Oh well, so
channel.
But her next stream on her channel will be Tuesday. So
correct.
You can still go
Next
check
stream.
out Mr. Hildebrand and watch Druid on his stream. So we got to support our friends of Stormkeep, so fellow knights of Stormkeep. So thank you guys. I love you all so much. Let's raid out. What do you think? We got Tark, Rodasai, Iltasine, Art, Edge. We could roll a die, adding all these people in.
Do it.
I mean, honestly, I haven't raided Tark in a while, so I'm totally fine with that if you guys want.
Yes. Tark after dark.
Raid channel.
Tark after dark.
It'll probably be at the top of the
Tark
list.
after
Oh wow!
dark.
I would like to point out that
They
that
changed the
one
way the raid looks. It's annoying. I liked the way it looked before, but
I hate the
think
new
they did
raid
it this
thing.
way to give you a
It
bit
irks
better
me.
preview.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. All right, you
I don't
guys
like
are
that it just
amazing. I appreciate you all so much. Wow, it's a whole preview. That's crazy. And we'll see you next time. Be sure to check out the next episode next week.